Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Apologies. Yesterday, I said I was going to stream, and then I didn't. I realized that I was starting to fall pretty far behind on a lot of important paperwork, so I took the day off for an admin day. And then, while I was sitting in front of the computer, because I have chat open sometimes, just randomly, hello, I noticed a lot of people had missed that the stream was canceled, and I guess this is a periodic reminder that if you're not in the Discord, we have a channel for announcements, any schedule changes, anything, extra streams, canceled streams, bonus streams, whatever. That is the place to go if you're looking to be as up to date as possible for the schedule. I don't really tweet about Twitch anymore. Maybe that's a mistake. Regardless, welcome everybody. Happy Friday. We are back with our Minecraft playthrough. In the previous episode, we made a super smelter, which was very cool and good. And I did a little bit of AFKing after we were done to make sure that the super smelter had an opportunity to super smelt all of the sand into glass. And with that, we are one step closer to starting what's going to feel like a pretty grindy task, honestly. We've got a big job of having to remove a lot of water. I feel like I've done this recently, but I don't think I have. I think it's actually been a while since we've done a big drain, right? Anyways, let's hop on in. Good morning. Welcome, giant goat. You're having a cozy day. Morning, evil clock, Kitsune, Alma. All right. Oh, hi. All right, check for creepers. We are safe. So, we made this smelter and ooh. Okay, this is actually working as intended. So you can see everything is perfectly distributed except for the last row. That's not bad. That's like a C, maybe a B minus. Yes. Chris! Hello, my friend. Thank you very much for 39 months. You know what's good at removing water? No. Canals don't remove water. Canals move water. I realize those are one word apart, but it's a big world of difference there. All right. Pardon? Why did everything break? Do I have more? Wait, is there more glass I was supposed to get there? Why do all my minecarts keep breaking, chat? Wait, does that mean all my minecarts downstairs are also going to be broken? Regarding moving water, it just moves water again. Could it be mobs? Maybe? I didn't think about mobs. I don't like that it's broken. I just don't like that it's broken. Take these diamonds. Oh, great. So, here's the secret tech, by the way. Turns out every single... Keep that on me. Every single redstone box now should have a fishing pole on it, which might seem kind of unintuitive to you, but that is the secret tech on how to fix all of your minecart related fails. See, you can see some of them aren't working too hot right now. Yeah, this sucks. Stop breaking, please. And they're on the same... That's so bad. They managed to get on the same line again. No. No! No! Okay, that was bad. I doubled those ones up. Wait, how did I double them up? What? What is it? Help! My storage system is haunted and I don't understand how or why. Okay, look. Now it's on the outside. And now it's on the middle. Is there a fourth? I'm so confused. Track number 4 looks empty now? No, there's definitely only 3. There's like a visual bug. But there's definitely not 4 there. 1, 2, 3, right? Somebody said track number 4 is empty. Am I just missing one now? All right, yep, there's one that just doesn't exist anymore. I really don't want to have to redesign this whole thing. It'd be a lot of work. What in the heck happened? Right, so this middle one did look like it got doubled up for a second. No, there's... It looked for a second that something got doubled up too, but the other one is just not there, right? Weird. This is mega weird. I'm also realizing slimes can't open doors. So. Alright, well I have to go up and get more iron now, apparently. Oh wait, no, I have iron on me. Good morning, Eduardo. Weird. I don't like when my things break for no reason, chat. Hey, what's up, Triple? How you doing, friend? Thank you very much for 19 months. Yay for chill streams and positive vibes. Oh. Tara! 500 biddies, got my vaccination appointment this morning, so celebrating. Yo, thank you so much. Congratulations. Morning, Lee Roselle. What's up, everybody? Hey, what's up, Manalik? Thank you for 34 months. All right. So far, every time we come back to this farm, it's broken. I'm just going to pretend it's just going to fix itself. This time will be different, right? Hey, Evil Clock, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Tara. All right, let's head upstairs. Let's sleep. Oh, I might have phantoms. I did AFK for a while. Oh, James slept. All right, so before everything so rudely broke, I have some plans. We need sponges, so I thought we could go do our first ever underwater monument raid. Also, in addition to sponges, we need some prismarine because I want to make a, what's it called? With the bluey Pokeball, and it's like an underwater beacon, and you get to breathe in it. What's that? I need one of those too. Can anybody remember? That thing. Yeah, exactly. I need one of those things. Conduit. Thank you, caveman. So I need a conduit. Because we're going to be doing a lot of underwater stuff, a lot of glass placing. I also want to go and... Wait, oops. Heck, I forgot to actually empty the shulker box, or all the sand. Or rather, it's glass now. Need to bring that with me. So we're going to do a bit of gathering at the top of the show today. We're going to do a bit of gathering. Get all that stuff that we need to get our hands on. Hey, Lyrazel, thank you very much for gifting a sub. Welcome, Caveman Har. You're having a cozy day. What's the secret tech for the fishing rod? Wait, hold on. We're missing... Oh! Oh! Can anybody... I figured out the answer here. Can anybody tell me why I don't have a full stack of glass there? Oh. No, the answer isn't ghosts. The answer isn't fuel. Now you'll have to think back to when we designed this. It's not glass ghosts either. It's not ghosts. To keep out passive mobs? Wait, is that why we lost? No, all right, I'll tell you the answer, chat. God, I'm like that teacher, aren't I? So, remember, we have a special counter here that it's always going to check to make sure that there's a certain amount of items inside of the minecart before we let it go. Now, there are 64 smelters, and we were putting in 69 at a time, which we thought was fine. It would be kind of funny. But because we put in an even stack number, but it was withdrawing a mismatch number from that, we should have, what is the math here? 38 sand sitting in here, trapped and waiting to go. So here's one downside to the way that we've built this. Can I ever see this to validate my... There you go. There you go. I don't know what the solution to that is. Remember, we said it'd be good enough, but here we have a concrete example, or rather a glass example, ha, winky face, to it in fact biting us. You know the solution. Yes, Gunner, please, you have the floor. The solution is not a canal. Explain to me how a canal solves... I'm waiting. We need the glass to make the canal. Chat. Other things we're going to do, we're also going to knock down an iceberg. An iceberg is going to be very important to our future plans. But actually, before we do that, let's do a little bit of chores. How does the canal not solve our problems? I mean, do I need to list the ways, or is that one you can solve for yourselves? I don't know what to tell you. These melon villagers are very stingy. Only one trade and they lock out? Yeah, we need to, Aha! Alright, and I want more golden carrots. Real answer, the solution is to release the minecart when it's full, or when it's got something in it and there's nothing in the chest. Oh, just to do a final pass if you want to finish that off? Interesting. Oh no, Doug. Alright, let's put in some more carrots here. Let's just, yeah, there we go. Class enchantments look interesting. I finished the script. Excuse me? I finished the judge script for the PPR last night, which was fun and challenging. I can't give too many details on what happened, but I do have kind of a fun story about this particular one, which was there was something that was unclear about how the specific words, how the specific rulings were written. And I consulted with Judge Friend, and even after consulting with Judge Friend, the rules were still unclear. And you're like, okay, well, this is bad. What are we supposed to do here? Anyways, I ended up having to tweet at Toby Elliott, who's sort of one of the top most people in Magic when it comes to rulings and stuff like that, and be like, hey, can you slide into my DM so we can talk about how these how these mechanics actually work? Because I don't want to pass any misinformation on to the audience at the PPR. It was very bizarre. Did I ask Beej? I should have asked Beej. Hello, Zari. Welcome. More PPRs. Yeah, Wednesday. I have a brown bed somewhere, and I guess it's gone forever. I thought I had an adventure bed. I could have also tried asking bees. Very true. Oh, I should have doors on me. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to go find an underwater monument. Right. I'm going to do that. I have to prepare a little bit here. So, welcome to my super secret technique on how to get into an underwater monument. Step 1, you need redstone blocks. Step 2, you need slime. This is very important. Redstone blocks and slime. And the final thing that you need, this might surprise you, is TNT. I only have 4 TNT. I need a little bit more TNT than that. Maybe we go to the desert, actually. Maybe we go to the desert and try and get like 9 free TNT. Okay, welcome to Adventure Day, everybody. We got a couple of things that we're going to do. I know the desert is to the southwest. Actually, I'm going to take that bed with me. Just want to reset that spawn point. Good. My bed. So, Joe Kim was saying that he's got a nether portal set up to the Mesa biome. So let's head that way as well. So TNT, underwater monument, ice is our shopping list so far. While I'm out at the store, anyone else need anything? Grab something for you pretty quick here. And it'll all make sense once we get there. Speaking of making sense, does anybody know where Joe's portal is to the Mesa? I actually don't know. It is generally in this direction, so it's like south and west, and this is, or north? No, this should be the correct direction. This is south. Can I go food shopping for you? What do you need? I can grab some milk or something, bring it back. Uh-oh. All right, this is clearly not the right portal. This is actually really bad. So, here's a pro tip. You can't break blocks through a portal. So if you do something like this, you have a very hard time getting out. List is too long. Uh-oh. All right. I'm just going to check with James. Sad face. Wait, why is it nighttime? The mesa biome's in the ash area somewhere? Okay. I was hoping that it was like a straight shot, but whatever. We're still doing fine here. We want to be going south and west. I probably also want to pull out my rockets. That's the exact opposite direction I wanted to be going. Yo, Bluebird. Was their portal, was Joachim's portal attached on a bridge, or do you just have to kind of fly and know where you're going? Ooh, I'm loading these chunks for the first time. I love this, by the way. That's probably low-key one of my favorite things in Minecraft, is when you load chunks for the first time and you get to see the water and lava. I don't know, it's like a little simple pleasure, but I love watching it spread for the first time. I don't actually know if I'm going the right way or not. I just kind of winging it. Like, I know that there's a desert sort of in the southwest direction. There wasn't a bridge? Okay. Oh, a village. Do villages sometimes have TNT? Can't imagine why they would. That seems risky. Villages don't have TNT in the loot tables? Okay, thank you. They do have little baby sheep, though. Wow. Aha! See, I told you we could find the desert. All right, we're looking for a desert monument now. On another village. Doesn't help us. Is this where I was mining? Oh, heck. Didn't we have a desert portal? Like oh, I just remembered that we had another portal straight to the desert as well, chat. Ah, that stings. I forgot. And we didn't connect it up either. Oh well. Yeah, we had a desert portal that was like immediately behind the stronghold. This is fine. What a wee little desert we found here. Okay, let's keep going southwest. I bet you we'll find more desert. See? More desert. Alright. I just need literal, actual, a single desert temple. Yes! Ooh! This one is not buried at all. Heck yeah. Hello! Also appears to have been not looted. Feels good. All right, we got TNT. What else do we have? Oh, I'm actually, all this gunpowder is actually kind of amazing. 21, wow. What do you, blast protection? Nope. Ooh, diamonds. Don't mind if I do. I'll take the iron as well while we're here. Do I care about the sand? I don't really care about the sand. Not that amount of sand. Wait, no, I do care about the sand. So I can get out of here. We'll leave it like that, so if other people show up. Okay, wow, another village. Dang. Okay, so the next thing I need to do... Oh, geez. The next thing I need to do... You think this is our desert? I don't even know if it is. Is I need to find the ocean. I need to find the nearest ocean monument. So for that, I'm just going to look it up. Because this is not a lot of ocean in this map. Hello, small child. Don't mind me. Just going to hang out in here with you for a second. I want a biome finder. Okay, so where am I? -32, +17. -32, +17. That seems wrong. Because there should be... Did I get them backwards? X -32, Z +17. X -32. Is this even my seed? Oh, that's a desert. Oh, I understand. Okay. So if I want the ocean, I need to go due south. Gotcha. All right. The adventure continues. Step 1, get, which is TNT. Oh! 1 sec. 1 sec. Cows? Do you have a cow? I forgot, I need 1 milk for this adventure too. Yes. Yeah. Right there with you, best gamer. Just thinking about that myself. Oh. Perfect. South. Napalm, how do you know my secrets? Step 1, go. Step 2, go back. Step 3, huh? And then all of a sudden, profit. Oh, another village. Very pretty. Murder Ravine, fantastic. How many years have I been streaming? It's complicated. I've been streaming for 3 years on my channel. We celebrated 3 years in March? Help me out, chat, I forget. But I have friends who've been making content for a living professionally for, God, how old is Lur? Like 17 years old or something like that? It's the early days of, like, pre-YouTube. And so I've been helping out people making content and streaming and doing YouTube content for significantly longer than I've been doing it myself. Where's my way in? Hold on. There it is. You also work in IT? Alright. That explains everything. That's how you know all my secrets, eh? I'm not gonna say no to more TNT here, by the way. What do we got? Channeling. I don't think I care about channeling. Java or Bedrock? Correct me if I'm mistaken, chat, but I was under the impression that the majority of people who stream Minecraft are Java streamers. How much TNT do I need? Technically only 3. But if anything goes wrong, I'd like a little bit of extra. Yeah, is it weird to think of, oh, hello, of Java being sort of the default on Twitch, or am I completely out of touch? Is there a lot of Bedrock streamers I'm just not aware of? Fight them? Nah, I'm busy. I got something else to do. Also, don't make demands. I don't know who you are. I do what I want. Look, I'm the boss here. Oh, there's that ocean. Fantastic. Okay, yeah, that's fair. All right. I'm at least, if Joe is the boss, I'm at least second. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to hunt for an an underwater, an underwater monument thingy. Surge's senior management at best. Oof. I'll take it. Ravine, please. These things aren't that rare, right? I should be able to just stumble upon one through the powers of streamer luck. Is Bedrock as moddable as Java? I don't believe so, no. Because I think oftentimes Bedrock is primarily played not on PC, which also limits a lot of your modding options. The mods that exist are official. Oh, that's interesting. Boat. Ooh, boat. You know what? Yeah, let's grab that. I'm pretty sure I have a Heart of the Sea back at the base. But let's grab another one just in case. Oh my goodness. That entire drowned monument is above ground. That's a very nice fishing rod you have, by the way. Chair is very nice and supports me in everything that I do. Boo! Excuse me? Are you not going to have a second chest? Or would second chest be here? Okay, we just have to excavate second chest. Alright, let's go get some treasure. I mean, we're doing like a full-on adventure day today, aren't we? Hello! Ooh, a trident. Alright, you ready for me to get super lucky again? What? May I have your fishing rod at least? Not even the fishing rod, eh? Hmm. Alright, what am I looking for here? I need to go south and east. That's west, Surge. Wait, do I want to go west? Yes. Or my... Yeah. I figure if we're just wandering randomly through the ocean, looking for treasure while we're at it seems pretty straightforward, eh? What am I missing here? I'm to the, so the way the maps work is I am to the north of the map and I'm currently to the east of the map. So I want to be heading south and west to get there. I just didn't think I'd be this far away. Like I have to go over land to get there? Okay, there we go. I've gone south enough. You can see that the markers move that way. So we want to go straight west now. Oh, this one was pretty far. Ooh, ice. I needed that. Okay. I think we're far enough away that I can knock down that ice and not feel bad. Aha! As you get closer, the map is going to fill in. What? Excuse me? All right. Where are my numbers? I wanted to use the super... Oh, there we go. Oh, man, I'm so good at this game. Oh, more TNT! Fantastic. You know what? Let's just take all of this. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we are going to flatten an entire iceberg, because I need some of that as well. That is, I haven't talked about this part, but I have a very specific plan for how I want parts to look. Wow, that's so spooky down here, those shadows. It's a really weird question, Best Gamer. I need you to turn the memes down a fair amount. We're a pretty chill chat. We try not to try not to be just straight weird. That was just weird. All right. This is everything I need for later stuff. What's up, Ristic Buddies? Good day. All right. You there. Small ice area. But you're weird? Look, you can be weird. You just don't be weird in chat. I'm not gonna judge you with your life. You can be weird, but not unpleasant. How about that? Yes, sir. No judgment. Yeah, look, I'm never gonna yuck anyone else's yum, right? What up, Enter? So I have a plan. So I have a plan I haven't really talked about what our build palette is going to look like. And I'm basing it a little bit off of Mumbo had a flying base. Mumbo Jumbo had a flying base in I think like season 4 or season 5 of Hermitcraft. The one where they all started in the Mesa. That was a very long time ago. And he had a neat build that had like oak, and it had a little bit of decorative ice. Like it wasn't built into it, but it was also these like flying rings up in the sky. And I'm picturing that this is actually going to probably match quite nicely with the quartz. At least is my hope. And the sun, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Enter. How was the raid last night? So the new content isn't actually out yet in World of Warcraft. So we just kind of screwed around, and I mean definitely screwed around, and did the old raid one last time, sort of as like to sunset it. And it was kind of a clown show, but then again, we're kind of normally a clown show. I think you can't do the same raid twice a week, every week, nonstop for that long, and then start to get, I think the word we're looking for is complacent. But it also gave one of our healers a chance. You know how I talk about parses sometimes, probably too much. Gave one of our healers a chance to literally parse 100. Which, I don't know if there's anybody here like who's a fan of parsing with bell curves or anything like that. But I think they ended up being, for that fight, for that day, like actual single-digit top in the world for their class. Yeah, yeah. Like they were number 5 in the world that day, which is really quite something. Yeah, it's absurd. It's absurd. Yeah. It's kind of funny. It's mostly because we were playing so sloppy. We're like not doing mechanics and standing in damage. And as a healer, they're like, all right, well, I guess I'll just heal through all of this. So there's like nobody else doing the content able to kill the bosses that fast while also taking that much damage, right? Yeah, healers adjust. Exactly, exactly. Hey Joe, have you do you have sponges yet? All right. You know what? Let's pretend this was never. Oh, that extends all the way down. Yeah, never mind. This should be enough ice for now. You've done so many guardian farms. Well, I don't want a guardian farm. I just want sponges. There's a bridge to your portal in the guardian farm? Okay, I definitely didn't find that. Or the guardian to the mesa, not the guardian farm, pardon me. Okay. So now that we're in the sea, you just have to stumble across an underwater monument. Easy peasy. How hard could it be? Oh, it's connected to James's bridge. Oh. Yeah, I got lost and wound up at the stronghold, and I've just kind of been going on foot. Hello, turtle. Still heading south? Okay, good. South means I'm covering new ground instead of backtracking. So happy Friday, everybody. Made it to the weekend, which is tremendously exciting. Got cozy weekend ahead of you. I'm just going to be playing more video games. Pretty stoked. Here's a Minecraft question for you, chat. I think I'm here. Wait, hold on. Deep frozen ocean? Where am I actually? Negative 31, positive 43. Negative 31. Okay, I'm in this little nook here. Do I need to find specifically cold ocean? If I go straight east, that's a much bigger ocean. Is there like a specific biome that the monuments spawn in, or can it be literally any ocean? Gonna play a bunch of GeoGuessr? Heck yeah. Deep ocean? Okay. It's a day off today, right on, Kazi. Let's go fast. I don't have time. Ooh, it's pretty. Okay, this looks like deeper ocean. Any second now it's going to appear in front of us, right? Any second now. Finish off Persona 5 Strikers. Ooh, sounds fun. So it says Friday. My brain immediately goes to the song Friday by Riot on X Night Crawlers. I'm not familiar. Probably can't play it on stream, unfortunately. For, you know, music mutant reasons, but I had a coworker who every Friday, right around lunch, would just blast the Friday by Rebecca Black song. Like, all right, I guess we're doing this, huh? So I was watching an Etho video the other day, and I saw the coolest thing, which is apparently you can attach a leash or a lead to a dolphin, and it'll keep up with you, and then you can just super zoom anywhere you want in the water. And I kind of wish I had a lead on me right now so I can test it. How do you make a lead? It's slime and a stick. Is it called a leash? What is it? I can't actually remember how you craft that. Is that a sphinx? Just a random thing, yeah. Dolphins on leads have an annoying habit of breaking. I mean, I watched Etho do it. Didn't break there. It was kind of rad. It's slime and string. Okay. So I should have grabbed that string, is what you're saying. How's Atlantis coming along? Not bad. We haven't done any building yet. We're still just gathering resources. We'll be building after that, but I'm pretty happy. So on Wednesday, we laid down the sort of like the outline or the starter plan of what our base is going to look like, and everybody clapped. Everyone's like, ooh, ooh, and I was like, I know, right? Okay, this looks good here. It's going to be right around the corner here. Any second now, it's going to load in. And today we need to give it a bit more shape and maybe do a little bit of drowning. I thought the recipe for a lead was Wandering Trader plus sword. Oof. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. All of this ocean and not a single underwater monument? I'm shocked. You've watched so much Hermitcraft the past week? Big same. Look, when I was in full-on bunker down mode because of the heat wave, one, I realized just how reliant I was on my computer to entertain me, which was not great, but maybe fun. Because I don't watch a lot of stuff. I don't watch movies or TV shows or listen to podcasts. Apparently I game and I watch like Twitch and YouTube. That's my thing. But you know, everybody got their something, so whatever. But yeah, we had nothing to do, so we just like, all right, I guess we'll watch something and try and pass the time because it's too hot to just try and nap the day away. So we watched, I think, I don't want to say literally actually all the Hermitcraft because there's a couple hermits. I was just like, when you have the same perspective flipped, I have a hard time watching that again, especially if you're like binge watching it back to back. But we watched a lot of Hermitcraft, and then I blame Joe Kim personally for getting me into Dragon Ball Super. That I literally watched, I think, 35 episodes in 2 days because again, you know, heat wave. You don't feel bad, you're welcome. It's not good. It was fun, and then it got pretty dumb after that. I went from watching no Minecraft on YouTube to watching almost half of the hermits. Yeah, hadn't even heard of the server before season 8 somehow. That's kind of shocking, Maniac Fish. I mean, I don't know how long you've watched the channel, but when we stream Minecraft, we talk about the hermits a lot. It's draggable. It's dumb as rocks. I mean, maybe it was my nostalgia looking at it, but I mean, okay, Dragon Ball Z was obviously pretty dumb if you cut out the filler. but I didn't remember it being quite this dumb. So there was an episode, spoilers, Frieza comes back for some reason, where Goku is like, hey, oh god, I'm talking verbatim about Dragon Ball now. Hey, let's not waste time. Let's just fight at our full power. Yeah, Dr. Sadler, I see. Thank you very much for 29 months. Iota Persei is 34.4 light years away. It will reach it in 4 months. Okay. Anyways, Goku is like, hey, let's fight at full power. Let's not waste anyone's time. And I was like, oh, okay. They've learned. It's not going to be filler. So then Goku goes and like turns into, you know, Super Goku mode. I'm like, right on. And then Frieza's like, okay, I'll show you my full power. And then like transforms into Golden Frieza. And I'm like, okay, great. And then the episode ends. That was literally the entirety of the episode. Was them both saying they weren't going to waste anybody's time, powering up, and then the episode ended. And I was like, wait a second, I just feel like you wasted my time. It's dramatic buildup. You didn't see it pop up, really? Didn't? I have the sub alert. I think it's directly above my head for subs. I've got a little bit of redundancy where I see subs though, because I've got an alert window and I also have chat, so yeah. Chat, should I just look up where a monument is? Or do you think we should keep trying to go random here? They ended the episode and you didn't have to watch more Dragon Ball. Seems kind of time efficient. Look it up or explore. A couple people saying just look it up. That map will blow up in 5 minutes. Can I not set the filter here? That's biome dimension save map. Explore? Alright, alright. We'll do another 15 minutes of chaos. Get a cartographer's map? That's not faster. Leveling up a cartographer? Does that guarantee the closest one or just a random one? Out of curiosity. It's so funny. You can't, like, explore the ocean without tripping over an underwater monument. Yet here we are. Unable to find one right now. That's pretty. Look at that cliff. It's a good cliff. Alright, sorry team, look it up. Team Explorer was pretty vocal. Alright, I don't want to be in the ice here though. So, I understand correctly, this is the ice. So, oh, another Badland Mesa. So I can go northeast or I can go southeast. But I'm by the spruce and I'm facing south. Spruce, where am I? Well, why don't I check the numbers? Minus 32 and positive 52. Oh, I'm here. So I want to go... Alright, let's go straight east and then south. Yes. Ooh. What biome is that? Swamp? Okay. I want to be going south and east. Wait, to which side of this this taiga? I want to go north around the taiga. Okay. Started my base in my modded world in a shattered savanna. It's such a cool biome. Big fan. Copper. Hey, what's up, the sound of white noise? Thank you for 50 biddies. Hello, Serge. I'm looking to try and get a Canlander scene started at my relatively small LGS, and I'm looking for some cool decks to proxy. How many bits would you like me to donate to get an updated full lands combo list from me? Oh man, so real talk, I haven't brewed a Highlander deck in a very long time. Just due to the pandemic, Webcam Commander Webcam Canadian Highlander just did not do it for me. That being said, I'm pretty close to vaccine 2, and maybe, I don't know, we'll see how like variants go and reopening goes. Getting a chance to do it, but like, I need to be in the right headspace, you know? And just like having not played the format in a long time, it's hard to wanna, I don't know, does that make sense? It's hard to try and get into the proper headspace. I'll tell you what, if you're happy to wait, you can have it for free. Right, anything here? I want to be going south, but I also want to check out this little corner here, because it could be right there, right? Webcam Lander, yeah. Honestly, Webcam Commander has been really chill and really fun, but Canadian Highlander is like a fast and competitive format, and for some reason, it loses a lot when you have to be like, I'm sorry, what did you play? Can you read me your card again? But no one's paying attention in Commander. No one's ever listening. So you can just be like, I'm sorry, what does your card do again? I like went and walked my dog or something like that. I don't even have a dog. And everyone just understands like, oh yeah, of course, it's Commander. Think it's actually better on on webcam? I don't know about better. I do miss, you know, being able to see and touch my friends' faces. Pro tip: don't touch your friends' faces. Don't, when you're playing Magic, don't just reach across and, you know, tap tap. But it's been a lot of fun. Paid Wheeler for a Sandy B list? Yeah. Heck yeah. I wonder if combo lands is even good these days. It seems like lands nowadays is best as a hybrid list. Like mid-range creatures with a land package. Or land Chantress. Yeah, tap tap concede, got a whole new meeting. We're just like, boop, boop, you win. All right. All right, Ocean. I'm expecting big things from you. By big things, I mean massive underwater structures. Do I keep my decks intact? This is something that is an interesting difference I've noticed between Highlander players and Commander players. Commander players tend to build a deck and then set it aside and keep it intact and then move on. Maybe it's because Highlander decks are like, on average, way more expensive. I have one deck built at any time. Doesn't matter what I play. I have my active deck. And then when I want to make a new deck, I rip the other one apart. It helps me keep my collection slim, which I call a pretty big quality. I don't just have, you know, cards everywhere randomly. I have a pretty good idea of what I have at any given point. Yeah, I have the active deck, which is tough sometimes because I'll be invited onto Olivia's Commander show, and I'll have my one deck, and they'll be like, "Great, everyone trade decks." I'm like, I just have the one. I do think it's funny though, where Commander players will be like, "Ah, it's so good. I bought my Commander playset." I'm like, "You have," and Andy Kazi's like, "You have 40 decks. You don't have a Commander playset. You have so many copies. You're lying to yourself." 40's a lot. You stopped buying the precons? The precons are fantastic, actually. So I guess I lied. I do have some decks that I do have aside. That's true. I have 2 precons that I'm like, whatever, I'll just leave them in a box, and that way I always have a deck to play if I'm in a weird spot where I need to do that. So at Magic Fest Vegas, they had a big commander party. This is, I think, pre-Command Fest. I ended up getting the Morph precon, and that is still together. But I don't consider that. Is it weird? Like, I don't consider that one of my decks because I didn't build it. I didn't brew it. Don't think land combo is good anymore. You can always bring tempo. Tempo's, I've got a soft spot in my heart for tempo. No, my deck du jour, the thing I'm the most excited to brew when we get back, I've been talking about it a lot on North 100, is red white artifacts. It's a deck you own, but it's not your deck. Yeah, I don't know. My brain is bad that way. It's like it's a product, or I don't know. Look, I can't explain it, but it makes sense. I assure you, makes perfect sense. Thank you, Chronicler. Maybe it's the same as I used to DM a whole bunch, and there'd be campaigns that I'd write, and then there'd be like the campaigns that you buy from a book and you just run. They're, you know, they're both a good time, but there's a different level of emotional investment you put in. No, I saw the arch and I thought we were finally there. James's seed is broken, chat. Can you believe he picked a seed that doesn't have a single underwater monument in it? But in a stream where you bring iconic decks, I wouldn't say that, especially with the people on North 100, that there's only one particular deck that we do. Because there's like a... So you say Wheeler on Sandy B. I would say for a lot of people that Sandy B isn't necessarily iconic to Wheeler. You know, other people would say eggs. I'd say Time Vault, right? Depending on when you get to know somebody, what they're excited, what they're talking about at the time. Some things are more memorable at different times. You'd say Garbage Platter for Wheeler. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think Wheeler memes on eggs harder than he actually likes the deck. That's the beautiful thing about the format and about a lot of things, is you can actually like quite a few things. Their decks, there's archetypes, not necessarily just decks. But sometimes when it comes to a set review, we've kind of got into a habit of just sort of throwing particular archetypes to people when they want to talk about it, like Jaren Control, right? When it comes to combo, though, you know, we tend to evenly divide cards up between Jaren and Wheeler for combo, because they've both played a lot of it in different types. I think the deck I've played against Wheeler the most with is probably Jeskai Midrange. God, that deck was frustrating. Beat me so many times with it. Hello? This is absurd. James, your seat is broken. What's the best resource for online deck lists? James, I've been told that. There, again, I don't know how well it's been maintained because we've been in a global pandemic for 18 months and nobody's been jamming games. But there was a deck list resource for a very long time. All right, we're looking it up. Underwater monument finder. And then we give it the seed. Okay. And then we look me up. I'm at -27, positive 6,000. -27. Wait, I'm way down here. Pardon me. All right. -23. What? -17. Oh my God, we're so far from any of them. -23, positive. This is the closest one. -17, positive 67. -23. I want positive X, positive Z. All right. 2367. Let's go. What a buy, K. All right, finally. After 10,000 years. I hate when you use a rocket and the chunk loads and you lose all of your momentum. Wait, -23, positive 67. Am I not here? Oh, 1767. Oof. Why'd I say 23? What a bashy. All right, let's find this underwater monument. Like how I spelled sponges there. Yo, pro tip, you don't actually need a followage command. Finally. You don't need a followage command. All you gotta do is click on your name in any Twitch chat. And you will find all the info you need there. So check this out. You put down a TNT. You surround it. In slime. Redstone on the top. Lamo. And then it takes you right to the Elder Guardian. Now, give me a second here. Right, you're being extremely rude. Oh, wow. You're trying very hard to kill me here. Alright, let's just chill here for a second. Knock, knock. I'm gonna die. Pardon me for a second here. Banather! Yo, thank you very, very much for 3 years for that emerald bean. We get some hearts. I'd really appreciate that. All right. 1. You're still wearing an elytra. They hit hard when you're basically in half armor. Hmm. Later, nerd. Thanks, James. All right. Okay, we're in a bit of danger here. We're in a bit of danger, and I should probably change my gear up a little bit. No. Let's just keep fighting. I don't have time for this. So you encase it. You encase it in slime, sort of like a depth charge. It allows you to... Oh, don't leave. I need you to stay in there, please. Ah, I was hoping to break line of sight there really quickly. Oh, right. I'm currently drowning. Why slime? So slime and TNT are also great blocks to use because you have mining fatigue, the spoon in the top corner, and you can instantly break those blocks even through mining fatigue, which is a very important thing to note. Now the problem here is if I put down my ender chest to try and switch from my elytra to armor, oh yeah, I'm also wearing the turtle helmet. I basically have no armor. I won't be able to pick it back up through mining fatigue, so I can't actually change that right now. Oh, Wormbro says you encase it so when the TNT block turns into an entity, it leaves behind an air block so it actually breaks blocks, whereas if it's in water, it doesn't. Fascinating. Kane Boa, thank you so much for 8 months. Guardian fight hype. James left. And he called me out. He said I was a liar. Oh, I'm going to need to put down, some blocks here so I don't die. There we go. Hey, what's up, Skunky? Thank you very much for 14 months. Appreciate the heck out of you. All right. Let's blow some stuff up again here. Oops. All right, so now that all 3 bosses are dead, what we get to do is we get to have a cup of milk. You'll notice the spoon is now gone in the top corner. Is the TNT for quick access? Yes. It's so that you don't have to basically tunnel through all of the... Like, you can get really lost and really turned around in there. So if you know the location of the 3 bosses, it's much easier to just go in, kill them, and then get rid of the debuff as quickly as possible. All right, speaking of the debuff. Also going to need an hoe. Just hit me. Extremely rude. Would more TNT be a good method to kill the Guardian? Not necessarily. I mean, I think we were pretty efficient in how we killed the Guardian there anyways. Okay, so I need some of these blocks for the conduit that we're going to be making. It's been a very long time since I've made a conduit, honestly. Oh, hello. Ah, hey, we found a sponge room. Spectacular. Oh, there's a dolphin nearby. Oh, there's a dolphin literally in this room with me. Dolphin, please. I just need to get air. So if you didn't know, the hoe is actually the best block to break sponges. Alright, so let's see if we can get another sponge room in here. So we got 27, and I think we put 3 away, so 30 so far isn't bad. I think on average there are 1 to 3 sponge rooms in a temple. Ooh. Also, shout out to Joe for the turtle helmet, allowing us to explore here without dying. Do we care about the gold, chat? Sure. Let's go get ourselves some gold here. The number of sponge rooms is technically only limited by how many rooms the monument can house, such that there's only a bottom entrance. You guys think these blocks are super pretty? That's why we end up making a guardian farm almost every single season, right? Because I agree with you, it is very pretty. Are we only going to get 1 in this one? Alright, let's... Okay, it's clearly not 1. Also, this is why you typically tunnel super hard and just try and find the other guardians, because you can't block, or pardon me, you can't break these blocks when you have mining fatigue. Well, I mean, you can. It just takes like 37,000 years. Knock, knock. I think I'm out of luck. I think we might just only have the singular sponge room in this one. I don't know. What do you think? Y'all agree with that? No! I mean, my gamer sensors are tingling, and I can assure you, guarantee that there's 1 more sponge room. Yep. Don't worry, chat. Be sure to not give up too early. What are the sponges for? Removing water. think I missed and sponge in that last room. Can I even find my way back to that last room? Thank you. Nice. Oh, it was 2. All right. I think that's all the sponges we need, if I'm honest. I don't have my elytra on. All right. One downside to putting the elytra away is now I can't escape. How many were there? I think we actually have a full stack. I think we got 3 from killing the Elder Guardians. Ooh, glowing. I mean, that's great, honestly. If you come out, even if you come out only with like 20 or 30, you're still winning. Oh, danger. All right, well, we have an impossibly long trip home now. Did I not put sponges away? Oh, I thought we had 3 and I put them away, but I guess I didn't. We only got 61. Sorry, chat. Sorry to disappoint. I don't really care about these. Huge success. We still need to do another like netherite mining session. The fact that my armor isn't all netherite, it's a shame, truly. Less than a stack of sponges, your day is ruined. Mine too. So I'm heading to, God, I have 7,000 blocks to travel. Negative Z. Maybe if we can find a ruined portal, we can try heading back through the nether. Underwater ruined portal, eh? Wait, I can't light this. It's underwater. What's my trick? I blow up beds. But eventually, if you've got endless supply of gunpowder, if you blow up enough blocks, you'll eventually find it. Ever tried Riptide Flight on a rainy day? Yeah. Requires a lot of setup though. It's so fast it can just like break everything. It's wonderful. I think... Oh! I haven't seen one of you this whole time. Oh. This isn't very exciting loot-wise. Look at the little target dummies. Yeah, right when 1.13 came out, we were on a server. And Foxmar was on that one. He managed to get... I don't know if he was just grinding for them or if he got very lucky, but he managed to get his hands on a bunch of tridents, and so we got to play around. That was the old Jaegerdyne playthrough. We used to travel around with a Riptide Trident a fair amount. I got a little bit spoiled in that modded playthrough we did, where the Illager towers actually had like really sweet loot. Was that the underwater Foxmar base? Yeah, I believe that was that same season. And then Uno made it in celebration of the World Cup. Uno made like an enormous football field. Wait, heck. No. This way. Ah, that was the time. Right, we had... Was that the island base? No, I think the island base... I think that was a different one, sweetie. Because the underwater base is when I first started streaming. That was before that one, when I was down in a tunnel and I flew into a wall so hard my pants exploded. Yeah, that was, yeah, different playthrough, sweetie. Yes. All right, looks like we're just flying the whole way back, which is fine. Not a problem you ever had before? Yeah, recommend not flying into walking. Not rocketing into walls at max speed. No, stay focused, Surge. No shipwreck. No shipwreck. Just get home. Got work to do. Ooh, a witch hut. Did somebody say witch farm? Also haven't found a coral reef at all this game. Or this playthrough, rather. I know a lot of people wanted to see some coral stuff, so I'm going to have to go on an adventure in the future just to bring back a bunch of coral so we can make the underwater view a little bit more spectacular. I think for our Atlantis build, we probably need some pretty sweet sea gardens, right? Like we can have pillars of water. Make spectacular aquariums out of them. Pardon me. What's up, mouse? I would love some iced coffee, Joe. Remembering Mumbo's base? Yeah, the Guardian Farm base where he sea lanterned everything. So at that point, that was pre-ocean update. I believe that was 1.12. So there wasn't even seaweed. The ocean floor was a lot more ugly back then too, but it was pretty cool. Right, yeah, there were no conduits in that either. So he used to do the torch trick for that. You go with a bunch of sea lanterns and then place a torch to refresh your air. Because air would instantly refresh if you were in a block as well. Oh, we're home. Yay. Whoa, how are you existing? Dang. We made it. We're home. Good adventure, us. Oh, that's where my brown bed went. Wow, I had to grab the boat and literally just ignore that when I grabbed it. That's really quite something, me. Good job, me. Alright, so we want to unpack all of our fancy stuff here. So we got a Heart of the Sea now. I think we had one already. I'm not entirely certain. Oh, did we not have one? Was I a genius? For... No. We must have had one. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, we had a couple. That's awkward. Nah, it's fine. So how do I make a conduit again? Oh my goodness. I need Nautilus shells? Oh, crap. Midnight or Night, thank you so much for 22 months. First shot, get! What better way to ride it out than with a Surge-flavored Minecraft stream? Well, that's spectacular. Joe, oh, we have a bunch of conduits too. Joe's amazing. Look, I didn't see them because I didn't expect to have to look for them, chat. That's awesome. Okay, we have a conduit. Oh, good. Thank you, Joe. We'll write about that, or we'll post about that in Discord. Thank you very much. Somebody was very kind as to send Joe and I coffee all the way from Australia. And it just arrived. I'm very excited. There. And not just like roasted in Australia, but actually coffee grown in Australia. How cool is that? Who's Joe? Joe's my partner. Hey, Evolve and Nick, thank you so much for that Prime in 3 months, friend. Appreciate it. Oh, that's a big sniff. All right, give me 1 quick second here to keep organizing stuff. Ah, big sniffs. Okay, spectacular. Let's quickly sleep. All right, so here's my plan. Quickly sleep, just so we don't get phantoms or whatever. Then I'm gonna run up to the top, and we wanna wait for all of those sponges to dry. And so while we're waiting for that, I'm actually gonna take a very short bathroom break. Then Joe's making me iced coffee. My day is basically perfect. And then we're gonna head over to the Atlantis location. We're gonna start talking about our next steps. I think we're in a pretty good spot. I might be short, actually now that I think about it, I might be short quartz still, which is really frustrating. Might not be able to start building right away. But yeah, I will be right back. Hi, friends. Came at the wrong time? Oh, hardly, Bob Fett, hardly. Many would say you came at the perfect time. The number one channel, or number one streamer on the channel is probably Chair. Okay, so actually there's one last thing I have to do. I need more rockets. I'm not going to get anywhere with the amount of rockets that we have currently, right? Here's our paper. We stocked up on gunpowder because we got quite a bit from those temples too. Oh, right, sponges. Yeah. Hander Chris, thank you for 500 chair bits. Sorry, Chair did not dethrone Joe. That's fair, that's fair. Okay, gunpowder. I have more gunpowder than paper. That's spectacular. Unprecedented, even. So let's head to the base. The base location, rather. Even though I'm fairly confident we're not going to be able to get a ton done right now. Those big sniffs could come from the sudden change in the weather between unbearable heat to slightly more tolerable. Oh, that or I'm just allergic to everything. I'm constantly sniffing. Apologies. I didn't take an allergy pill today, but just welcome to the life of somebody who's allergic to more things than not that exist in the world, right? All right. So, if you missed Wednesday's stream, welcome to the future home of Atlantis, our main build. I prefer vanilla modded, 100% vanilla. Modded is fun and does some interesting stuff, but at the end of the day, I much prefer vanilla. Modded is just too much of a hot mess sometimes. Alright, so one of the first things we need to do here, get all these rockets out of my inventory. But I think the seed is bugged. I couldn't find an underwater monument for like 18,000 years, and it's clearly not my fault. Okay, we're gonna make a conduit. Sure, right here on this island. It's been a really long time since I've made one of these. Let's see if I can remember how to do it. So the way a conduit works is you want to put down a circle. You want to circle it with prismarine. I want 5 by 5 circles here. And much like a beacon, yeah, there you go. Much like a beacon, every layer you put around it opens it up one more step. So it's level 2, right? Level 2 do nothing? And there's a little eye that appears. I don't actually know what the different levels do, though. So with a conduit in place, we now basically have water breathing forever. Doesn't actually describe it. And I think we mine faster underwater too. I can't quite remember. 4 blocks is a larger radius? Okay. Don't mind me as I slowly sink to the bottom of the ocean. So I'm looking at this. It's very flat right now, and I want to make it round, and I want to add more color. And something I'm realizing is it's actually not that big. So originally I wanted to put a layer of ice on the bottom of all of this because I thought that looked really cool from underwater. So we have the white here. Oh geez, it's already nighttime. Oh wow, yeah, look at the other thing the conduit does. We didn't even realize it was night underwater because... Wait, does the conduit not give... I thought it gave better underwater sight, yeah. Let's hope right down here. I don't have a bed with me. Yikes. Whatever. Oh, no. Okay. No, whatever is not a good call. We need a bed here. Oh, I was trying to nail the ladder there. Is that the innermost circle or the outermost? Do you mean for the conduit or do you mean for the Atlantis build? No, sleeping bag is not vanilla. That's definitely modded. Why, hello there, Joe. We have a bed upstairs. Should use the proper bed. I don't want to go kill those creepers just for more gunpowder. Don't mind me. Alright, creepers. Oops, where are you going? I need your gunpowder. Hello? There it is. 5? I wonder if the fire ended up getting a couple of the kills there instead of the bow. And as such, we didn't actually get the looting bonus on it. Okay, so I'm struggling a bit trying to figure out how I want to make this look. So the canal, obviously, we need a glass bottom for it, right? So the canal is pretty easy. Well, easy. And then I have a plan involving ice. So let's just try that first. You know, worst case scenario, we try it, we hate it. We move on with our life, right? There's no real consequence in trying and failing here. So let's try a little section here and see how we feel about it. So the canal we likely want to do like this, right? Is it big enough? Is what big enough? This is just the inner layer. So with the nature of Twitch chat and the fact that we like switch subjects all the time, gotta be real specific when you say something like it. So that's the central canal that's there. So the plan here, if you missed the previous stream, is we're going to drain the entire center here and have a city that comes up. And then as this gets full, we're going to add more rings on the outside. So we'll have water, water, and it'll have like different rings. And we can do buildings and bridges and all kinds of neat stuff. But we're also sort of just establishing the design for the first time right now. So here was the other goal I had, because I thought this would look really good together. And then I originally thought about having another layer of, like another layer of quartz just here. Maybe just a quartz slab. Oh, hello. For the Atlantean base, the footprint here looks kind of small. It'll come together. Also, if you make it too big, nothing ever gets done. So you need to do little baby steps, right? How does that look? It looks kind of weird so far. Yeah, we're going to be doing more rings. So the issue with the stairs, and I want to have stairs there, is then how does that work? Maybe I just do a solid layer of quartz. Maybe this is just solid quartz one way and the glass is there. I'm going to need more quartz. We're going to need more quartz. Okay. I think it's pretty evident right now that we need more quartz. All right. How do you build circles so well? Practice. Practice and following design online. Okay. So. we're gonna have to do some villager trading. Yeah, Themlin. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm failing at my water takeoff today. So yeah, the promised canal is what's going through the center here. Once we drain everything, it'll be suspended above the water. Or pardon me, it'll be suspended above the city. We'll do stuff around it. So yeah, that's Canal the Second. Giving you an extra tour. That's basically your canal. You love it? Awesome. Okay, well, we need to do villager trading. If we're going to be using this much quartz, then we're going to need villager quartz, basically. And for that, we have to go back to the villager trading hall, which we have been neglecting for a while. We're back, my friends. Did you miss me? Okay, so it's time to extend this, and I'm going to say we're probably going to need 4 masons. Gonna need netherrack too. Camp is beautiful, the campfire accents. Oh, thank you. Big inspiration for that dock was actually Green's barge. The latest season of Hermitcraft. The last, not the latest, rather. The last season of Hermitcraft, yes. For those of you who are Minecraft aficionados, can you remind me which block Which job block I need. For getting quartz. Stone cutter. Yeah, it's... Oh, is the stone cutter the job block? Well, that's easier than I thought. Alright, we don't want that yet. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Mm. Gentle reminder that villagers are precious idiots. And if left to their own devices, they will choose death. Whenever there are reactions when we build something like this, my response is just like, look, you've clearly never played Minecraft. You've clearly never tried to do anything involving villagers. Or else you'd understand. Oh, I don't have any rails anymore. That's fine. We have an entire rail box for this. That work? Sure doesn't. There we go. Oh, there we go. And there we go. Alright, so that should work perfectly. I just need a little bit of iron. For... Wait, I have mine carts right here. Yes, go me. What's up, Anklag? You're having a cozy day, friend. All right. Next thing we do is we need to carefully direct the villagers into the appropriate corner. Awesome. I would like to request a villager, please. Whoop. Excuse me? Oh, that's bad. How did that happen? Let's try this again. One of your finest villagers, please. Perfect. Welcome. Welcome to your new home. Now check this out. Now we just send it back. One of your finest villagers, please. No, not the iron golem. No! We got blocked. Get out of the way, you big butt. All right, I don't want to hit the villager. That's why we have hitboxes on, by the way. So that we can do things like surgically remove and break a minecart and hit the block underneath them without also accidentally the villager. No, 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 no. 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 All right. This next scene is not for the faint of heart. Viewer discretion is advised. Why did you have to get in the way of the minecart? Why did you have to be in the way of the minecart? Wow, you have a lot of hit points. Seriously? Why put up walls around the track? That doesn't seem to be solving the actual problem here. The problem is not the track. We are dealing with the problem. What did I come back to? Problem solving, yes. What's up, Shatton? Did another one just spawn? Ah. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, chat. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Get in the minecart, please. Yay! Alright. Then I boot that. No. No, no. Perfect. Normally Surge automates the murder. Jeez. Alright, down it goes. Final villager, please. Bloop. Spectacular. Into the hole, please. Whoop. Goodbye. Awesome. Okay. So that was super speedy, actually. So all I gotta do now turn off the hitboxes now. We got to do a couple things. One, let's clean up all these tracks. Two, clean up all these rails. Three, remove the water source in the villager area. And four, send them some more patats. Joe, do we have any more patats anywhere? Can you grab me a stack of patat? Fantastic. Pardon me. Wow, that was a big old sneeze. Oh. It's a big enough sneeze that I feel like... I don't know, you know what I mean? A little bit of soreness. Okay. So put all this away. Wow, I got the order the same on both sides. It's spectacular. Oh, man. It's like all of my allergies at once just awoken with a vengeance. Hello? Oh, potato delivery from Joe. My love. Thank you very much. Oh, that's so many potatoes. And a poisonous potato. That's... Oh. Joe brought us an extra poisonous potato as a treat. Alright. Now... You there, villagers. Feast! Alright, I need a bit of spruce. I need a little bit of... What's that called? Granite? And one poisonous potato just for a bit of spice. Mmm. Look, chat's already given me a hard enough time for the iron golem. And the iron golem knew what it did. Can't exactly throw a poisonous potato into the mix right now. We'll have a full-on revolution. Villagers are dumber than a chicken. Somebody who understands me. So hold on. Yeah, I did this. Oh. Oh, I shouldn't... Right, I shouldn't be... I don't want to be finishing this yet, because I don't know if... Well, this is going to be the end of it, right? Okay, so we do this. We might still want to expand this slightly. I'm not sure yet. And then we do a little bit of this. And a little bit of trim. A little trim finish here. And the goal is to make this look as much like Neapolitan ice cream as possible. So that every time you look at this build, you're like, man, now I want ice cream. So do y'all want ice cream now? Am I doing it? Is it working as intended? Happy Friday to Dark Morford. You having a cozy day, friend? Oh no. No, because Neapolitan ice cream isn't good. Wow. Wow. Thought the heat wave passed, but that hot take. Dang. Finally someone brave enough to speak the truth? Did you ever have Neapolitan ice cream in your house and then somebody would come in and only eat like one flavor because they didn't like the other two. So you'd be left with this carefully dissected. Excuse me? Hello? Hello? Where did you even come from? Oh, you're very loud. Hey, what's up, Pratis? Thank you very much, friend. You're having a cozy day. Thank you for 14 months of support. Holy moly. What? Where? How? From whence? Whomst is... You'd eat strawberry first and then chocolate vanilla was last? Has anyone ever had liquid nitrogen ice cream? I didn't even know that was a thing. Liam's like, yeah, that was me. I only ate the one flavor of Neapolitan ice cream. Wow. Makes me very nervous, by the way, to see that many mobs right outside of our mob farm, or right outside of our villager trading hall. They're supposed to be safe here. Okay, now I need... Oh, you know what, chat? I didn't kill those iron golems because I'm malicious. No. In fact, I needed the iron so that I could make these things. That's all it was. That's all it was. So it's called a stone cutter. Stone cutter requires iron and smooth stone. Spectacular. I need 4. Which is exactly the amount of iron I have. See, chat? A lot of you are trying to give me a hard time when, in fact, we just needed them for this job. Aha! Okay, so it looks like I need to buy a bunch of bricks here. Repurposed iron, yeah. Alright, let's grab a bunch of melons. Why doesn't the double carpet trick work anymore? I actually have no idea what changed and why that doesn't work anymore. Oh my god, this farm. We might have to make an overflow. I just realized we never really future-proofed this farm, did we? Like, what do we do when this thing gets full? There's just a patch note that they fixed the villager pathing bug, but it wasn't a bug. It was a feature. It was a feature that I counted on. Vanilla's only purpose is to be a conduit for other flavors such as caramel. I don't know if you've ever had a really good vanilla. I think you're missing out on some truly spectacular ice cream. If you hate on vanilla that hard. You had to completely redesign your village or trading hall. Went for a cozy marketplace using trapdoors to separate them. Yeah. I mean, I kind of like this design we have here, honestly. It's not space efficient, but it is cozy. All right. So the next thing we need to do here is we need to level all of them up to their quartz trade. And probably figure out something to do with all these bricks we're about to get, eh? Hey, what's up, Gorilla? Thank you so much for 13 months. You know what? Let's just do this. Oh, God. Oh, what am I doing? It's the next level trade? Oofa. Artificial vanilla is one of the first flavors food chemists made. Real vanilla is a bit pricey. Mega pricey. You know what? I have a bajillion stone. Right? Let's go deal with that. Why is cozy my adjective of choice? I don't know. It's a good question. I guess it's just a good state to be in. Never really thought about it, if I'm honest. We cleared 3 chunks, so it's not as if we're lacking the smooth stone, right? All right, please buy my stone. Are you serious? What level of trade is it for this stuff? Oh, this is absurd. Okay, well, it's a good thing we have a lot of stone, right? Terracotta? We have to keep going? Oh my god. Oh, they'll buy diorite. Goodbye diorite forever. Oh my god. This is the greatest day of my life. Wait, why is it up to 33 now? Hold on, timeout. Did I hit them with something? Like, what happened there? You sell polished glazed magenta terracotta, eh? You sell dripstone? I didn't know about that. Okay, you buy quartz. I need you to sell quartz. I honestly didn't know dripstone was an option. That's very cool. So this is the opposite of what we want to have happen here. We want them... Ooh. We want them to sell us quartz. You, sir, are very greedy. Why would I sell to you when your neighbor has... Oh, there we go. Block of quartz. Heck yeah. Block of quartz. Heck yeah. Block of quartz. We did it. All right. You know what? Fine. I'll accept your rip-off price. I don't like it, though. You gonna unlock that new trade anytime soon? All right, let's buy all this quartz now. So we should be able to get 2 trades of quartz in per day. Much like the other ones. So it's going to be 12 per day per cycle. So 96. Yeah, you can't trade forever. I don't know. What do you think about this trading behavior as opposed to the old school stuff? So it used to be that you could trade an unlimited amount with a villager, but an individual trade would lock out. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to like switch back and forth between a bunch of different trades. So your mending villager, for example, at a certain point, you'd have to like burn a bunch of paper. So now how it works is a trade will never lock out, but there's a maximum amount of certain trades you can do in a day. So it eliminates the behavior of having to buy things you don't want. But eventually you won't be able to go any further. All right, I need another shulker here. Can I get a tour? Not right now, because I got stuff to do. I mean, you can kind of see as we walk around. I have to go grab more melons and stuff. But yeah, this is our 7th or 8th stream on this server right now. So this is our starter base. It's looking kind of cute. I should get rid of this netherrack in my inventory. This is not doing me any favors right now. But if you stick around and watch long enough, guarantee you'll see everything we're working on. All right, it's good stuff. Grab a couple more pumpkin. Narratively, what are we doing? Are we gluing the melons back together? Probably. I need to move this path, by the way. I mean, maybe this little walk through here is kind of cute. Oh, right. Hello, you there. What? Wait. You slept. You're supposed to have a new trade now. Stingy. This is supposed to be new trade day. Chat. What the heck? What's going on here? Is there like a time? Have they not clocked in for the day yet? Do they need beds? Not anymore. There was an iteration. I think it was 1.14 is when they changed everything, and they used to need beds. There we go. Okay, the trades have unlocked now. They used to need beds. That is no longer the case. So we're just going to make our way down the row here, sell the melons, head over here, purchase all of the quartz. And I don't think we're going to be using quartz pillars, so I'm just not going to bother buying it. Does it only refresh when they work with their job block? Yes and no, there's a certain time. So they'll refresh twice in a day, but it's also based on like the cycle of the sun. Oh, we're getting mega emerald rich, which is fantastic. Hello. Honestly, we're not too far from this being done. I might replace these Fletchers with another quarry human and another farmer. Because we're kind of done with needing Fletchers for emergency stuff. Like, now that there's a certain, like, emerald economy we needed to develop, and now it's self-sustaining. And Fletchers, oh, you can see that little thing there. Oh, I thought they worked with their job block and it refreshed. I guess it's a different animation. Yeah, there's a certain, like, emerald economy that you need to get started. And I use Fletchers to get kickstarted, but after that, I don't really think they provide a ton of value. All right, so we're going to do one more cycle of quartz trades, and then we're going to head back to the Atlantis build, and we're going to try out some stairs, we're going to try out some slabs. And my first thought is slabs, but we'll see how it all goes. It might not work on the sides. How long do I stream? Most streams are about 5 to 7 hours, and I stream 6 days a week. So that's right, for the low, low price of one Twitch sub, I give you 30 hours of content per week. More than 30 hours. Not a bad deal. There you go. So we hit that midday point, and I think it maxes out at 2 trades per day. I don't think if we waited this interval of time again, that this trade would reset, you know what I mean? I don't think we need anything else here anymore. And look at this. We are getting so emerald rich in this area. Like, that ain't bad. Alright, I'm gonna leave those here. You do? Oh, right. Which one are you again? Right, of course. I'm gonna have to clean this all up eventually, but eventually is not now. Actually, you know what? Let's leave some chests here. Because I'd actually love it if stockpile more quartz there. That'll be a future goal. You just do it like this. I think it's a lot more straightforward, right? It's just overflow. That's where emeralds go. What are the enchantments on my helmet? I mean, this is pretty classic. Aqua Affinity, Respiration, and then you just put Protection and Unbreaking. I think it's the same sort of like... I mean, boots, there's 2 different ways to do it, but... pretty sure this is just the agreed upon best in slot for hat. I've got the same enchantments on the turtle helmet as the protection helmet. All right, so let's try a little bit more building now that we've got stuff. $11.15. Maybe now we're finally building. That seems about right. We're pretty far behind. For a build of this size, it is still pretty early in terms of like block availability and stuff we actually have access to. Okay. So, do you want stonecutter for quartz? I actually don't know. Oh my goodness, you do. Great. So this is what I kind of had in mind. Was I want to be able to see the blue from the side. So I think that might be super cute. And then we want some depth on it, right? So we probably want to do stairs like this now. Guess I'd have to do that, eh? God, we're going to need so much quartz. So when you look at it from the side, yes, that's what we're looking for. And then over here then, for the canal, oh my God, this is going to take forever. For the canal then, I'm likely going to want Pro tip, if you stand on something underwater, you break it faster. It'll just be glass bottom. So I think for, how do we transition it for the canal? This is going to be an interesting challenge. Also, by the way, please let me know, do you love this? Because I kind of love this so far. The view from the side, and then we're going to have like the champagne flute that goes down, but you can see sort of the curving shape that this is going to have. So when you view it from above, yes, right? So yeah, both sides. And I don't know if we want glass, if we want the ice to be visible from the bottom or not. But this side profile is exactly what I had in mind. It's very neat. Awesome. Thank you, friends. It's important to make sure y'all are on board too, right? You're like, objection! Objection! I think, in fact, this stinks, you know? Alright, let's have a conversation. Think the bands of ice? Yeah, that's the... So, originally I wanted an idea of, like, ice was rising up and holding it back. But then the ice wouldn't really make sense with the grass, right? So, I don't know. Objection, the correct tool to break glass is a melon. Hold on, timeout. What? Kevin the Shark with 500 bits in honor of this wonderful sea base, where I can begin my attacks. Wait, hold on. Also, in honor of me getting keys to my apartment. Oh! Well, that's awesome. Congratulations, friends. So, I think on this side, because water's going to be flowing here, I don't know if it makes as much sense. Wait. No, it doesn't, right? Because... Hello. Hello? Where did you even come from? This is tough. Let's just try this for now. I don't know if I love it. I don't know if I love it yet. There are opportunities to tell jokes, the homeless one, but typically, with our experience with Twitch chat and the cynicism of the internet, the setup like that doesn't work great. But, you know, we tell puns, we tell jokes in chat all the time. Fire your shot. But, you know, be aware of the context, what you're asking for. Alright, we're gonna need a bunch of slabs. Oh my god. Joe, can I ask you for a huge favor? I just need you to buy quartz constantly. Just non-stop quartz, right? Stop that. I have a conduit. How dare you? So on this side, we once again do this. Right? And then we do this. So I'm just trying to make sure this looks interesting. You know, it might look kind of cute from the side. As if we did one of these for the exterior of the canal. No, because I want the base to be glass, right? Oh, we have so many emeralds in the box, sweetie. We just need to buy just quartz and not quartz pillar, please. So I think I like this. And then if we made this the canal, it would look a little spectacular from the outside as well, right? We do a band of ice along the outside of the canal. I don't quite know, because I don't think it would make sense for ice to be on the interior where the water is running, right? And I'd like a little bit of depth. One thing we could do is we could drop that down by one. No, dropping that down by one is also tough, because I'd like there to be maybe a view of the water from the side. Because the bottom's going to be solid glass, right? You want to be able to look up and you want to be able to see the water from when you're inside the city and you're looking up. Because I think that would be spectacular. Make a good spectacle, right? So I have two goals with this canal. One, I want it to be present, and so it needs to be big and it needs to be there, but I also want it to be low profile. So that means there's only so much detail that I want to add to the exterior walls, because the water itself should be the main focus of what we're looking at with the canal. Oh, glazed terracotta again falls into that. Wait, they're getting more expensive, Joe? Oh my god. We're getting taxed for buying more and more quartz. These goals seem to be antithetical. Well, yes and no. I think the canal itself is going to be grand, but I don't think that grandeur is going to come from detail on the exterior. You know what I mean? All right, give me a chance here. This might end up being iterative, and that's okay, right? So with Optifine, we also have the advantage of having glass with connective tissue already. Textures. Connective tissues. Not exactly the word I was hoping for there. All right, let's head off to the side here and see if we're happy with this. Oh my god, I'm out of stairs already. Oh no. I've seriously already used literally all of the quartz that we had. So we'll have to think of some sort of way to like turn the corner here too. Maybe it's slabs? Yeah, okay, slabs help. Yeah. So I did some off-camera trading. you, just, you just come back and there's just boxes just absolutely stocked full of stuff. Yeah. All right, what do you think of that? Right? You're going to look down, you're going to, or from down, you're going to look up and you're going to see the canal there. It's going to look kind of interesting. Maybe that was supposed to be a different block. Maybe the fact that it's all just quartz is a little flat. From the side, it looks like this. I love the side profile. So the canal is going to hang a little bit lower than the rest of the ring. We're going to find a midpoint. Oh, it's even. What? How is it even? Quartz look like swimming pool tight? Okay. I do want to add another color into this, and I'm not quite sure what it is yet. It could be sandstone. Sandstone could look very pretty. So the problem with bone is a flat block. So it won't work for slabs, it won't work for stairs. So the only one it would work for is that. But if we added another, like maybe if this strip, you know, the slabs that we just had, maybe if that strip was like smooth sandstone, could look kind of cool. Oh, right, drown drop copper. Yeah, yellow. Do we look at marble? Marble doesn't exist in vanilla. There's calcite now, but marble is a modded texture. Yeah, that's why we built with it so much in the last modded playthrough. The glazed terracotta blocks are very loud. Very, very, very loud. I'm often hesitant to use them. I've seen people pull them off to great effect, but they intimidate me. White wool, again, is only a block, which doesn't help us too much. All right, let's build this canal. Oh my god, baby drowned. Get out of here. Too fast for you. And by the way, this is why we decided to go for a villager trading hall for renewable sorts of quartz. Could you imagine if we had to try and mine for the amount of quartz we're going to need for all of this? What our life would be like? And like that, I'm now completely out of quartz. Wow. Corrales used snow blocks? Yep. Corrales also pointed out, though, that he didn't like snow blocks. He thought it was a very busy texture. However, his choice of snow block was based on early game availability, which I thought was very funny. This is why we got a conduit, by the way, so we could just stay underwater and not have to worry about dying. The aquatic update making it so that water naturally got brighter while you're under it was so helpful. What an absolutely spectacular change, eh? Hold on, maybe this will be faster. Let's just go straight back in a straight line. Oops. Hello. Go away, please. All right. Nope. Holy moly. I like the amount of work that we're putting in right now. And then especially when you address it to comments like, I don't know, I pictured this being larger or grander. And you're like, I don't think you understand exactly how much space you have on something like this. This is a good size. This is going to be a very good size. This is going to let us make something that looks cool and has the potential to expand. Whereas I think sometimes on a big project, you can set your sights a little too large right off the bat. I think it's also tough from like a storytelling point of view if you have a project but you can't show meaningful progress to your audience. The Adam Lavadan issue of like, all right, we're going to do another 12 hours of just planting trees today, when I had to replant the entire jungle. People decide to make big things and get focused on the small details. Yeah. That's actually a very good point, Kevin, is I think sometimes when you're making a build, obviously this can change, but oftentimes you can go big or you can go detailed. It's very difficult to do both. And so you need to think of a pattern that is attainable and repeatable and good enough. Or else you'll feel like you're working on something forever and kind of burn yourself out because you'll never feel like you're getting anything done, right? All right, so from down below, again, imagine more quartz. Imagine more quartz. This is the shape of the Grand Canal, or whatever we call it. I don't know. I called it the Grand Canal because like a Venice thing. And maybe we'll end up wanting to put some more supports in it. Like we'll come in with quartz and wrap every now and then to sort of like support the glass a little bit better. So it's not just like a strip of glass the whole way. And maybe that'll be a highlight color or something. Maybe that'll be sandstone and everything else will be quartz. I don't know. We'll see. There's obviously a lot of unknowns still. And we're still just in like the plan and baby steps. But things that I do know that I like is I love this glass. Pardon me, I love this packed ice. I don't know why I called it glass. So let's cover all the dirt from down below. All our wonderful Joe's hard at work getting us more quartz. Thank you so much, sweetie. Can you put some lights in there? Maybe, yeah. This could be the sort of thing that we actually only need... Actually, hold on. Maybe we only need ice on the outside. I don't know if we're going to need to ice the whole thing. Hey, what's up, Arclight? Let's try doing that, because we haven't actually decided on the full design yet, right? I do love the sand idea, though. Sandstone idea, rather. Yes, sweetie? Oh, no. Yeah, so the emerald economy that we've set up is fantastic. We'll use primarily pumpkins and melons. That way we don't have to grind a bunch of different resources. to generate emeralds, convert those emeralds into quartz, and then profit. Yeah, I think just doing the exterior here is going to be good enough. How you doing, Arclight? What's up? What's new with you, friend? Yeah, it's going to save us a ton of work if we just do the exterior. Looking forward to your second shot in a couple of days. Little jelly. So, in my friend group, I think I only know 5 or 6 people currently who've gotten their second shot. And this is, you know, humans ranged like 25 to early 40s. So people on the older age, or in the older range of the spectrum have gotten contacted, but not a lot. Nobody in like my immediate age bracket that I know is getting it yet. But soon. The expectation is by the end of July, we'll all be vaccinated, which is very exciting. I like that Arclight said hello human specifically to out Kevin, who, as we all know, is a shark and not a human. Poor Kevin. No respect. It was nice and frustrating at the same time. How could get mine early because so few people were getting what was available. Oof. Yeah. BC just recently hit, I think it's, did we hit 80%? It's like 79 point something first dose, and we're at like 30% second dose now. BC's starting to crush it, which is feeling very, very good. I mean, obviously we have our own problems. You know, the super heat wave. Ah, TQ! Good morning, my friend. Hope you're well. Can't wait for the loading ready live where we're all just like hugging and crying. Yeah, and then we're all gonna have to take a week off from catching a cold. Our poor immune systems. Oh, so glad to hear you're cooler, TQ. That heat wave sucked. That's not plain chest. Now remember the words desert bus. Wow, snack. Thanks, Nerge. Alright, let's head back. Wait, do I need a shulker box? Oh, the heat wave's moved into Alberta now. Y'all are melting. I'm sorry to hear that. British Columbia, where only the air has a fever. That's the hope. Yeah, we've been getting, from our previous peak in terms of infections, we're down like 95% or something absurd like that. It's really comforting, honestly. Ah, I see you've put the bed back down, Joe. You don't like going all the way upstairs to our perfect bedroom? Joe doesn't like all the stairs. She'd rather sleep in the hallway than walk up the stairs. Wow, I see how it is. That's an amazing thing. I haven't gotten sick, like, at all. because I've been isolating so much. I haven't had like a common cold or anything. Like the 4th person you've ever watched on Twitch? Welcome. Hello, friend. Oh wow. Oh yeah, they're getting so stingy. They're 3 now? Oh wow. Can you look at this? Look at this ripoff. They're like, hey, you want quartz? I'm gonna make you work for it. Like, that's so rude. Time for a raid or something? Oof. Get that hero the village. Where have you been putting all the quartz, sweetie? In the emerald box. You have to do other trades? No, you just have to wait and let it reset. So stingy. Oh, Joe already locked that trade out for the day. Right. Right. So let's put this down here. Joe getting us 2 stacks already is already amazing. Thank you, Joe, for all of your hard work. And it looks like, I think we've already exhausted all of our melons too. What tips do you have for somebody who hasn't played vanilla Minecraft in years? I think Etho, I was watching Etho's episode 2 on Hermitcraft the other day. Etho kind of nailed, at least the way that I approach Minecraft, and this might be different for other people. But he's like, there are certain resources that every Minecrafter needs. Bone meal. You need bone meal. You need gunpowder. You need villager trading. And you need piglin bartering. And if you have all 4 of those, you'll never want for anything again in Minecraft. Which is a very industrial way of approaching it. Realistically, though, I think all you need is a goal. Minecraft is a game that doesn't really give you a direction. You need to have a pretty strong motivation for what you're playing and what you're looking to accomplish in your playthrough. Otherwise, you can end up just kind of feeling lost or overwhelmed sometimes. You're just like, I don't actually know what I'm looking to do. I like legitimately have no idea how to reset these trades here. So do I just need to wait? Like, does anybody know the secret tech here on how to get those prices to go down? I had my first ever almond croissant, 10 out of 10 would recommend. Ooh, if you like that texture, my recent love in flaky pastries is the Queen Amon. Just don't trade for a day and it should reset. This is my only source of quartz. Zombie them? That's an exhausting amount of work. In this economy, just zombie them? Oof. Big oof. Oh, are my minecarts broken again? Oh, those are working. All right. Take a day off and go prank James. That is tempting. I think what we're actually going to do is we're going to go to the desert. We're going to go collect sandstone. Oh, by the way, I think we're going to be fine when it comes to smooth stone. To trade for, or trade with here, rather. One of the advantages of making a slime farm is you just get so many resources from it, right? Obviously, we don't want to exhaust all of this, but we could clear a couple of double chests. Did trading the stone lower it? I don't know. Let's take a look. They were at like 3 before. It went down. This one, wait, that one went up to 4. Hold on. Why are you so cheap? I don't understand. Whatever. It's so weird how sometimes if you trade a bunch, the price gets better. For example, stone. Yet other things you trade, sometimes they get worse. Like, why isn't that getting better, chat? Did I just fly over a cemetery? There should, unless Joe made a cemetery. I don't believe so, no. When an item cost goes up because of demand, the price will drop at the next trade refresh if you do not buy the item in the previous cycle. Oh, okay. Okay. Wow, I've gotten a significant amount of experience, by the way, just from trading. Because we were level 30 something, and now we're level 51. Anyhoomst. All right, let's give them a break. I need some empty shulker boxes, of which I do not currently have many. Oh, no, I can craft more, sweetie. Joe's like, I'll help you. And I'm like, don't worry about it, my love. And these trees turn out super well. I still like this one better. I think this one just has a better shape, but that's a pretty good tree. Why'd I walk here for this? I didn't need to walk in. All right, I want that many more. All right, we're gonna go to the desert, and our goal is gonna be a bunch of sandstone. Now, the sandstone is so we can make it into smooth sandstone, and I think that's gonna look really pretty. Do you just craft smooth sandstone, or do I have to smelt it? I can't actually remember. How do you get the smooth sand stuff? Cut. You do smelt it. Well, it's a good thing we have a super smelter, eh? Right. I want the smooth one smelted, not the cut one, because I want the textureless one, because I believe you can do block, slab, and stair for all of those. Anyways, give me a quick second. I have to pee again, so I'll be right back. All right, I return. Now, a lot of people are asking, is Joe making a graveyard? And I don't know. She says, how dare you, by the way, chat. You have elicited a how dare you from Joe. All right, show us your graveyard, Joe. Joe. What? It looks like a graveyard. What are you doing? What is this cemetery up here? I haven't seen any of this. Oh, is this your special tree area? Were we not supposed to see this yet? All right, this is going to be Joe's special tree area. She's going to plant trees up top, and that way she can chop them. She has saplings. She's like, they're trees, not gravestones. You've made her sad. You see that sad face, chat? That's you. You did that. It's not ugly. Now she's afraid it's ugly, chat. Wow. Wow. You did your best, Joe. Don't let chat get you down. Poor Joe. She was just trying to help. You don't think chat's forgiven me for the iron golem? Ah, they'll get over it. There you go. Raven did 100 bits for your graveyard, sweetie. It's not a graveyard. Oh, I'm snorting. It's a tree farm. Growing trees on all those graves is nice. Wow. Joe just said we found all the people that want to be turned into a tree after their death. Bad Panda Bear with 100 biddies. Bids for Joe to bury chat in her graveyard. Wait, hold on. Ooh, it's a mythical Australian drop pig, chat. Ooh. Actually kind of scared to go underneath it. You did great, Joe. Don't you listen to the haters. All right, welcome back to the desert. Wait, did I leave anything here? No, I didn't. Good. Our goal is this stuff. Sandstone. Mmm, delicious and nutritious sandstone. But while we're here, we'll probably also be pretty happy if we get some sand too. We're gonna need lots of sand. We need lots of glass. We need lots of everything. So honestly, this is fine. This is fine and good. Is this a punch a chunk for the sand? No. No, because after a certain point, it stops being sandstone. Technically, there is a, I think it's called Sandstone Hill or Sandstone Mountain biome, which is a lot more efficient if you just want lots and lots and lots. But since we already have a bunch of exposed sandstone here, this is fine. Do I prefer melted cheese or solid cheese? Melted cheese. Evidence point A, pizza. Exhibit the second, grilled cheese. I rest my case. Yeah, Brie crackers or melted Brie crackers. Checkmate. doing? Hey, thank you for that, host friend. What's up, Ashton? I'm testing out my new audio interface, and I was trying to figure out why I'm getting all this audio static. It's you mining sand. Oh my god, Ashton. That's so funny, being like, oh god, there's this low, like, noise in the background. That's so funny. I do love those absolute just galaxy brain tech issues sometimes though, right? Great. Now I want melted cheese, chat. Luckily, I'm a genius and I have pizza leftovers in the fridge. So, it's not too hard. But imagine if you had put me in a situation where I didn't have pizza right now. Wouldn't you feel terrible? Does fresh bocconcini count as melted or solid? Yeah, what happens if your cheese is naturally a liquid? It's a very soft cheese preserved in liquid. It is neither melty nor a solid. Ah, the Enigma cheese. Your cheese is a liquid, you might actually be eating yogurt. Dang. I didn't consider that. Man, food is wild. But cheese curd. That's a solid, but it squeaks. So I don't like. I would argue that cheese curd is still solid. Oh, or is that a defense for a good solid cheese? I don't know. The only time I ever have cheese curds is with poutine, and the gravy does make it technically a liquid, technically melty. So another point for melty. You're gonna watch Surge build a chill base, preferably an igloo. We are using ice in our build. Cheese curd is a separate phase of matter not yet defined by science. That's fair. Mystery wrapped in an enigma. Those words don't even make sense. How dare you? So welcome to, like, the part I remember of big builds. Which you don't really see when you watch YouTubers, right? It's like, cool, alright, I want to do 45 minutes of building. Just give me a second here. Gotta do about, oh, let's say 3 hours of resource gathering. Not a lot of poutine in the States. I treated myself for poutine. The day after the heat wave broke, I was like, oh man, I'm not gonna do myself any favors. I'm gonna have a giant pulled pork poutine to celebrate. And I was like, okay, well now I feel terrible. But so worth it. Solid choice, thank you. I think it was a good choice for my heart. Well, maybe not. You know what I mean. My emotional heart, not my physical heart. Yeah, good for my heart. No, not that one. What is the appropriate ratio of cheese curd to gravy and poutine? Had it before and there are very few cheese curds. 1-to-1. 1 curd per fry. It's tough. You don't want it to be too cheesy. Also, that's the most expensive part. So I can also see why people would be like, potatoes are dirt cheap. Gravy is dirt cheap. About 1-to-1 with the gravy. I think that's about right. Yeah. Like, you need enough gravy to melt the cheese curd, right? If you have too much cheese curd, it's not going to melt. I think it's an okay practice to have a poutine every time you survive a 40+ heat wave. 1 for 1 so far on that contingent cat. 100% of the times that I have survived a 40+ heat wave in Victoria, I've treated myself to poutine. We had an interesting couple of days. My wife and I were like, woo, heat wave's over. And then got called from a friend because Kamloops got evacuated. Yeah, honestly, the like 1-2 BC punch of heat wave followed immediately by wildfire season in some places is brutal. My love, could you sleep? I'm in the desert with no bed, which, you know, honestly is on me, but yeah, the amount of fry is hard to... the amount of fry isn't too hard to judge. Look, you don't want... Much like... Oh, no. Hello. That was exciting. Much like nachos, right? You never want to have a chip that is completely untouched by any of the toppings when you have nachos, right? I would argue with poutine, you want a similar thing. It's okay to have, like, the occasional dry fry, but you want everything in your poutine to be, well, poutine. This ain't no New York fries, right? Special thing going on here. Couple of dry fries. Share it. It's got to be, but again, like I think nachos is a great way to look at it. It's okay to have a couple, but not too many. Kevin with the 50 biddies. So here's what you do. You got your cheese, you got your gravy, you got your fries, blender, full liquid poutine. This just reminds me of a friend who worked at Red Robin. Is Red Robin a thing, like, outside of Western Canada? It's a burger chain. Anybody here heard of Red Robin? Anyways, I digress. She was working as a server at Red Robin, and this whole family came in, and there was, like, an elderly member of the family whose jaw didn't work too good. And so their order, I kid you not, was like the cheeseburger dinner blended. And then they ate the whole thing in like a blender cup with a straw. Red Robin is also in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Just had a whole cheeseburger dinner. Just, oh, hello. I see you. Very sneaky. Aha! Got him. Oh no, they're free. I want your gunpowder. Thank you. I want out. Also, thank you. Red Robin puts too many toppings on their burger, so you can't really taste anything. That might also be the point sometimes. Do you like sauce? Sometimes a saucy burger. I don't know. It's been a while. I haven't gone there a ton, but I do remember really enjoying their like barbecue burger. Honestly, I'm thinking back. The last couple times I went to Red Robin was like late at night after lure filming with Heather and Beej, and just like really going to town on those bottomless fries. That would have been, God, 2018 now? Been a while. Love the caramelized onion and blue cheeseburger. Yeah. Yeah, Raven. Good call. You did up Red Robin late night after 40K. One of my favorite like late night food memories is I used to go to Denny's after D&D. We'd play D&D till like 2 or 3 in the morning because, you know, we were young and had no consequences. And yeah, then we'd have Denny's. Used to be a big fan of like the 3 a.m. moons over my hammy. Was it the sampler or the moons? I was moons. Team moons. Alright, it'll be faster if I just go 2 layers at a time here. Don't order the shrimp at Denny's? Of course don't order the shrimp at Denny's. Oh my god, just the thought, no. No, who would order shrimp at Denny's? Why do they offer shrimp at Denny's? What Denny's offers shrimp? Hold on, back up, timeout. Don't order the seafood when it's not a seafood place. That's also fair. So for years in Victoria, there was actually another 24-hour competing diner chain, which I was really sad that went away. Any Victoria people remember Alzu's? It was a very medium diner that had fantastic milkshakes. And not bad pizza, honestly. But also had just like all the diner classics, you know, bottomless coffee, 24-hour bacon, you know. We have a saying here in Ohio. It's don't order seafood, you're in Ohio. Yeah, it's like traveling to Alberta and then getting seafood. You're like, you're landlocked. Alright, we must be getting close to enough sandstone now. I don't actually even know if this is gonna work. I'm just collecting enough just in case it does. Where are we on grocery store sushi? I think it again depends on where you are. Joe says one of the most sick she's ever been one time was grocery store sushi. It's funny to say like don't get grocery store food or whatever, but I'm thinking back to Hawaiian cuisine in particular. Somebody's got to help me out here, and I think one of like the favorite dishes is the spam musubi that you can just get from like any fast food joint, any corner store joint either. Somebody help me out here. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it is the spam musubi. Yeah. All right. Hopefully 2 and a bit full shulkers is enough here. I love musubi, but it's so hard to find gluten-free and not of spam. Yeah. Let's go a little bit further. Yeah. Like we already put in the time, right? Let's make it so that we don't have to come back and do this again. My anvil broke. It's terrible news. You're excited about the bun bun? Look at it with a little hippity hop. What are we going to be doing with the sandstone? We're going to be taking a shulker box of it and putting the entirety of it into... Ooh, hello, little skelly friend. I'm sorry. Meet my friend, the sun. You fool. Ow. No shoot, only burn. Alright, I think we get one more solid layer. Yeah, and then we probably stop mining at that point. We'll have to fight through stone. Where are we putting it? In Atlantis. I think there's a very good chance we can make sandstone look very pretty as an accent color. I don't know. I'm not an artist. I don't know how words work. Highlight color, contrast. So we're gonna have white from the quartz. We're gonna have blue from the ice, and then we're gonna have sandstone, sort of a yellow beige. And I think that'll look very pretty. Is the hope. And this is a palette I don't know if we've ever really done before, but I think it should look very elegant. It should look very modern. It should look very clean, which I think is an important characteristic when we're all visualizing how this is going to look, right? That being said, we did use a little bit of sandstone at the end of our last vanilla playthrough when we were doing the Vitala Palace build. Pickaxe goes burr. Joe, can you sleep, my love? Thank you. Whoop. How are we doing inventory-wise? Ooh, there we go. That's another full shulker, isn't it? Heck yeah. Oh, you know what I can do? Instead of going to like the ender on the way back, I'll just villager trade. Which we need to do anyways, right? What's that, sweetie? Thanks, bud. This has been a very efficient resource gathering session here. Hey, what's up, Grawl? Welcome, friend. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. Always appreciate the heck out of it. Well, there are a bunch of choices not on Twitch, and the fact you choose to spend your time here is very flattering, very humbling. If I had to put a number, on this efficiency resource gathering session, oh, I wouldn't say this is max efficiency. That was pretty good. I'd give it like a 7, maybe a 7.5. Perhaps some kind of Roman numeral, maybe a V. V. It's interesting to think one of the the creators that I watch, so we don't take viewers for granted. It's important. Let people know they're appreciated. Make people want to come back. I want to make sure that you all feel like I'm making your day better, right? I'm providing some type of value to you and yours. Have a good one, Mama Tats. All right. Home. The perfect landing. We did it. Oh, right. Heck. Oh, look at that. JoJo's hard at work growing her various trees. Grab the emeralds. Oh, no. Oh, the emeralds are gone. All of the emeralds are gone. Wow. Wait. Oh, but dang, Joe's been hard at work, chat. Pardon me. Hanging out here always puts a smile on your face? Well, that's very flattering. Appreciate the kind words. Kind of feels like a James stream now. The only way we're repairing our tools is through trading. Three emeralds? Oh my god, this quartz price in this economy? I can't afford this. Trying to take advantage of us. You know what? I'll just take my business elsewhere. That was my my old man impersonation. How much could a banana possibly cost? 5 emeralds? People keep saying the vanilla stuff, or pardon me, zombie curing stuff. It's so much work. Look, they're already in position. Having to get them out and then cure them and bring them back? I don't have time for this. SMP yet? Finally start getting some of these chests back, which is kind of cool. Perfect. The chests are stacked so high I can't even reach them. There we go. Simply zombie them and then move them? I've seen setups that involve having a zombie run around and be able to like hit their ankles for hitting and curing, but it's still a step that I'm just not interested in. It's fine. Emeralds are endless. Time is the only resource. At least you haven't approached scar levels of chest monster yet. Yes, that's true. That is true. What? You won't buy my stone yet? What good are you? Ooh, you'll buy stone. Never mind, you're good. I like you. This is my favorite mason. We should name them. First name that popped in my head was Francesco, and I don't know why. Not a very traditional... Oh, name them Rocky because they buy rocks? That's... I mean, I think that's just canon now. Alright, everybody, this is Rocky. Oh, name the Mason Mason? Never mind, their name is Mason, apparently. Thank you, the POV. Joe's very sad. Her dark oak tree only gave her 3 saplings back. It's the worst, right? Right? Which is stingier? Dark oak or jungle? Both are pretty bad, right? Joe said she broke even on jungle. Jungle by a lot? Have you gotten Joe anything? Joe's been taking care of her own tools. Actually, she did a bunch of grinding and hooked us up with some stuff too. Alright, need to wait for the sun to set. Jungle gives you fewer saplings per leaf block, but you also get more leaves, so you're more likely to break even if you make the big trees. That's fair. And once again, the sun sets behind the Caillou Memorial Diorite Monolith. The what now? Did I stutter? You missed that build. It was one of the goals for the charity marathon we did. I need to wait for them all to reset. This is the worst. You buy my pumpkins. Well, all right. We got a good amount of emeralds going. All right. Oh, heck. Right. Of course. I have to fire up the super smelter, chat. I haven't even started smelting anything. This is bad. Hey, Jojo. You want to throw oven in the pizza? Oh, geez. The pizza in the oven? Oven in the pizza has been called. That was interesting English. How are we doing for coal and all of these? Oh, that's fine. Serge, are you okay? I'm just hungry. I haven't been sleeping all that well, unfortunately. I've had a couple of restless nights lately. An entire oven? How deep is that pizza? Yeah, that's fair. So here's an interesting question. 27 stacks, right? And then we have 64 furnaces, so we do 1 entire stack every second. How long do you think it's going to take to smelt an entire shulker box worth of stuff? So that's 2.5 stacks done already, which is remarkable. Can a hostile mob still get caught in minecarts? Yep. You have to refill the coal by hand? Not quite. We have the same way to distribute it. Put the coal into here, and it gets sent across. So we have 16 in each. We'll have to do probably a big coal thing pretty soon. But we're good for now. I think we started off with 4 stacks of coal blocks. Man, imagine how long this would take if we didn't have this smelter. Oh my goodness. Seriously? Yo, this little farm is popping off. Wow. Oh, a hopper. Oh, do I have to use a crafting table for this? For some reason, I thought a slime block was a 4x4, not a 3x3 or 2x2. How does the slime farm work? I'll show you in a sec. Let me just condense some stuff here real quick. That caught me off guard. I did not expect it to be this productive. This is even with our mine carts struggling a bit here, eh? Okay, I think we have enough slime basically for the rest of our life. Well, we do have a bouncy castle we have to make. So maybe we can make a very good, just the world's greatest bouncy castle with all this slime, right? This is so much stuff! Alright, well. Suddenly everyone worrying that my slime farm wasn't good enough. I was gonna be wasteful or whatever. Look at me now. It's not a slime up here. I don't think it's possible for a slime to spawn on the surface here. But this surprises me sometimes too when I see this moving around. So we have a slime farm down here. They spawn, they jump, they cook. And then when they get converted into the little slime balls, hopper mine carts go on down and they collect everything. And then on the inside, they get dropped off like this. It's all working. And all the items they all get pushed into a water stream. I apologize. What's the point of the iron golems? The iron golems lure them off. You can see that little slime right there. So the slimes will spawn on the platforms, but how do they get off the platform? Well, it turns out slimes hate iron golems. So they'll jump off the edge and they'll go, I want to fight you. And then the magma will cook them. And then their little slime balls will drop on top of the magma, and hopper minecarts will travel underneath and pick it all up. It's all very cool and automated. And then, yeah, then the slime balls get carried up to the surface. And we created the most efficient item sorter I've ever seen or made. So when the slime balls come up to the surface, when the slime balls come up to the surface, when the slime balls come up to, never mind, come up to the surface, they get yeeted into their homes. We done yet? Halfway there. Halfway there is not bad, honestly. Is it because hopper minecarts are tall enough to take? I don't know if it's because of the height. I just know that hopper minecarts can pull through a block. Yeah, this is just a little sticky piston thingy happening right here. There we go. So we should have some coming up now. Yeah, like this. Wait, did these like back up all the way? Oh my god. Oh, so we did destroy it at some point. It didn't just vanish. There's a hopper and a minecart, suspiciously. Jeez. Wow. This little system's doing great here. Oh, right. Of course. The reason this is... Remember, I AFK'd. I did that mega AFK for the smeltery. I kept the farm loaded the whole time I was doing that. That's why we have a bajillion. That makes a lot of sense. I literally forgot I did an AFK here. Yeah, honestly, hopper minecarts running underneath stuff is the secret tech to so many farms. Also, I love this little smeltery we made. I think this thing is so cool. The 69 versus 64 thing is a little bit frustrating. There's a slight inefficiency in our farm. So these hopper minecarts are being held and loaded. And we have 64 smelteries, but we couldn't make it release at exactly 64. Instead it's 69. So it just like introduces a little bit of a problem, but it's fine. Ish. It's fine-ish. We're gonna run out of coal. It's nice but inefficient. It can be both. Does mean I'll need to learn how to minecart? Ah, it's fine. All right, are you done yet? Oh, we're getting very close. What's that? 4 more passes? You can build that loop around to the front. That way it's exactly 64. Why would it be exactly 64 if there's a loop to the front? Because the problem isn't the loop. The problem is the piston releases with 69 items. It's not the problem of the timing that goes around. It's the problem of how many items before the comparator signal is strong enough to release. Wither Skelly farms for coal? Oh. Yeah? Do like a big flying machine one? Instead of going back and refilling the last 5 furnaces, those 5 extra blocks will stay in the minecart. Oh! Oh. That's how that would work. Oh, I love that. Actually, factually love that. Please hold. I don't... Yeah, I need that. I would need to do that for both. That's such an elegant solution. Oh my god. Chat. Chat. Did I not give them credit for that? That's all on them. That I didn't solve this problem. Did I make it sound like I was taking credit for that? Okay, then we do... No. Yes. Right? Well, it's empty now. But that, in theory, should work. A little bit more difficult for this one. So need to go under. It won't go up at the end? Are you talking about the height there? Should have enough speed. Look at the rails. Oh! Do I need that block for redstone? No. Thank you. So it'll stop there, and then we're fine. I get up fast enough here, though. I think this works. I just need to put another redstone block in here. Oops. Second, I just need to crawl. So yeah, we have the power there. Goes around the corner. Comes here. That might be... The 3, it might be a little slow, but I think it'll get there. I hope. Let me test. Yeah, perfect. Yo! Oh, I'm so pleased. I'm so very, very happy about that. That's fantastic. Do I have enough torches to finish off all the blocks I just placed? I don't need... I think I actually reduced a lot of the torches I needed to have placed down here. So that doesn't need to be spawn-proofed. Yeah, I think everything's good now, because we have a torch there. That's spawn-proof, that's spawn-proof. Chests are spawn... Chests are spawn-proof. Are chests spawn-proof? Can mobs spawn on top of chests? Yes, they're spawn-proof, or yes, mobs can spawn on them. Apologies. They're spawn-proof. Awesome. Fascinating. Alright, good, 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 good. Oh, and pizza's ready. Everything is coming up us, chat. Oh, one thing that we have done, however, is we've made it a lot harder to actually empty the storage system now, which is maybe a little silly. We're gonna be 20 short again, but that's you know what, that's fine. We'll just throw those extra blocks into the sea. See? Never didn't have it. We're fine. Cool! Alright, so here's the plan. Plan is going to be to actually head back over to the base. And we're going to AFK at the melon area. As we're running low on melon, we're going to have a very short lunch break. We're going to eat these 2 delicious looking slices of pizza. And then we're going to head back over to our Atlantis build. We're going to keep on working. Alright, I'm in the base. Am I safe enough? Could I be safer? Hope I'm safe here, but you know what? It's never any harm in being a little bit safer. Alright, welcome to lunch, my friends. As we were talking earlier about melty cheese, got myself some delicious pizza lined up. Oh. Suggestions for lunch topics. Pizza. Do I like pineapple on pizza? Yes. I have pineapple on both of these pizzas. They're great. Why are melons so big that I can't hold them on both of my hands? Get bigger hands, and the melon will naturally fall into place. The new standard meta? I don't know anything about standard right now. The majority of Magic streamers I watch, A, play limited, or if they do play constructed, it's like modern, historic, or legacy. I watch a lot of Caleb. And he's been doing like modern, honestly, some of the modern decks he's been playing is kind of cool. You like the pizza that has the mozzarella circles and basils on it? Margarita. Oh, I have double music. Bad. There we go. Actually, I should probably try and head down to the moon base today. Do some more PPR stuff. Recording the judge video tonight, which I'm excited for. But yeah, I have to drop off some cards for a thing. I have to pick up some cards for another thing. What should I get for dinner tonight? Indian or pizza? I really want curry. I've been craving curry. It's been way too hot for curry, though. Not all curries. We like really heavy ones, which it's not great for heat, but if we got like a lighter curry, I'd probably be pretty happy. But yes, Fever Radish, I want to live vicariously through you. Get Indian. Am I going to end earlier today? No, I'm going to do the same amount of time, sweetie. Yeah, I'm not doing the judge recording until like super late o'clock tonight, and I'm not on Friday Night Paper Fight, so smooth sailing. Oh, right. I do need to end at 2. Never mind, I have to end a little bit early today. I have some important business and phone calls I have to make. Yeah. The last pre-release was a month ago. Modern Horizons 2 has barely been out. But the Modern Horizons 2, isn't it like a bonus set or something like that? Outside of the normal cycle and story set, so you have to think of it as a, like a different whatever. Supplemental, yeah. You're like, what? No, that was Tuesday. Like, part 3 of the North 100 set review came out last Friday. Right? Right? Did I see the state of the game announcement? I don't know. Probably not. What did they announce? Many people are typing. Announcement of Bill Pioneer Masters? That makes sense. Anybody in the Highlander community excited about Demilich? So, I don't even look at previews. It's weird for, you know, the amount of Magic content that I make. I'm actually pretty disconnected from announcements and spoiler season. I know Wheeler goes into great length, and every day on stream he'll be like, here's the cards we think about, but since I don't know, since I do the North 100 set review, I set a day aside, I wait for everything to be out, I review it all. I don't even look at it before the pre-release. I typically go into a pre-release and see cards for the first time as I crack the pack. Coincidentally, I do know about Demilich because I saw Prof tweet about it the other day, but that's an exception, not the norm. Something he said about Discovery in that environment? Yeah, the PPR is wonderful, and we really try and make sure it's like the most casual setting possible. Really trying to respect that feeling of it's the pre-release, you're with your friends, it's low stakes, it's learning. How can you be a demi-lich? What if you're a lich in training? Am I gonna be playing or just judging? I'm gonna be, I think. If we haven't announced it, I'm not gonna answer. Apologies. It's like the classic question of what card are you most excited about in the new set? And you're like, I can't tell you. There's a lot of things that I have access to that I'm not allowed to talk about. Demi liches are much more powerful than regular liches. It makes sense. I mean, look at what was it, Blade? Blade was only half vampire, but it was stronger than other vampires because it got rid of all the weaknesses. Demi Lovato is much more powerful than regular Lovato. It's wild, eh? Demi Moore, strongest of the entire Moore clan. It's wild. Demi Tass, arguably the best coffee cup. For those of you who don't drink coffee, that last joke was hilarious. You're gonna take my word for it? Brutal. All right, I'm gonna wash my hands. I'll be right back. Turn that down, turn this up, hit this button. Oh yeah, I moved chat. Sorry, chat. Back in the corner with you. And yeah, I actually got to work a little bit faster here. Thank you, Joe, for the reminder. I have to do business in office hours. Ugh, the worst, right? I have to try and get a hold of the government, an entire government, the day after a stat holiday, which means I need to probably give myself a couple of extra hours of just sitting and waiting on hold. What happened if I tried to brew coffee or brew tea in an AeroPress? You'd be fine. You probably want to play around with it a little bit. It's just an extraction method, right? It's not unique to coffee or to tea. Keep trying to say coffee. All right, let's load up on quartz. You know what? Let's just load up on new quartz, new fresh quartz, and then we'll head out and we'll do a little bit more Atlantis work. Pardon? Weird. And we'll call it a day. Yeah, I mean, as long as you've cleaned out any coffee residue from it, probably tastes quite nice. You have to do a very simple online thing, or sorry, you have to make a phone call for something that should be online but isn't. Yeah, welcome to just like many parts of dealing with the government. Ooh, wow, you get so much experience. No, you're two? Why are you so expensive? I refuse. I refuse to buy it at that price. Trying to take advantage of us, chat. Serge, did you know you could press spacebar to reload the last trade? I had no idea. No kidding. Need to get your Alberta healthcare card renewed? Hmm. Whose video did y'all watch that gave away that game-changing secret? So this should reset down to 2 now. Watching Joe, no kidding. Can't believe Joe was so stingy and had that out on me. You learned it from X? Okay. Whatever the hermits, at this point you've been watching so much they all blend together. Yeah, that's fair. Please reset. Please reset. Please reset. Stingy. Having deja vu. I do not remember the spacebar conversation. We've been talking about other kinds of resets, but not the spacebar reset. What are you doing? There you go. They all look down, which means... So, hold on. So if I do this... Oh my god. Oh my... That's so fast. Are you kidding me? Did you see that, chat? Alright, watch this. Oh, goodbye emeralds. I need those back, please. Like, check this out. Wait, why didn't that work? Like, that's absurd, right? Minecraft world record. Yeah, world's first. Wow, that's so zoomy. Holy moly. Alright, now they should get... There we go. Is that my reset? Yeah. Incredible. So I've traded with you twice today, but not you yet. Or you. Maybe you? I can't remember. There's definitely 2 that haven't reset yet. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. We have further optimized the surge. God help you all. Oh no. He's become even more optimized. This isn't even my final form, chat. Aha! Right, you're done for the day. There it is. All right. Let's go. So, we've got our sandstone, our smooth sandstone, right? Yeah, there it is. We've got that, we've got our glass, we have everything we need. Ow. Thought for sure that boat was gonna break my fall. Have everything we need to head back here. Yeah. Let's not waste any time and trade at our maximum power. And then the stream ends. It'd be a very good bit. Nice callback. Nice callback. All right. In order of importance, let's finish the canal first. You're welcome, chat. Then we'll do the outsidey bits, and then we'll try adding the smooth sandstone last. God, 4 stacks of stairs? Yeah, it makes sense. Then let's do a half stack of slabs. No, that's just wrong. Oh, we didn't even get to like the draining portion of today's show at all, eh? Hey, what's up, Snuggle Fox? Thank you so much for that prime in 3 months. That gets you a new bean. I appreciate the heck out of that. It's supposed to go. Oh, that was a stair. That's bad. Yeah, those are supposed to be slabs. Right? A new bean? That's right. That is very cool. So we want it to go, oh, right up into the side. All right. Ah, itchy nose. So these should all be stairs. Right? One further? Hold on. I did that, right? Oh, no, that's correct. That's... Yeah, good. But that comes later. What we need to do now is this. We're back and we're building, and this place is gonna look, it's gonna start coming together pretty well. Come back here. Quartz is so expensive. Why? Oh, I remember why we chose quartz. Wow, we're so bad at this game. I was like, oh, we have so much quartz, lol. From our mining sessions in the nether, lol. This will be easy. And then we turned a double chest of quartz into not even the beginning of this. I think it turned into just the ring circle, none of the underwater bits. We may have messed up the math just a little bit here. Yeah, we managed to turn a double chest we weren't using into a problem. Yeah, uh-oh. Alright, so... let's go get a bunch of slabs. Oh god, are we gonna run out again? After all of that work. Like, y'all were teasing me a little bit about it, but I might actually have to do the... So I did a little bit of trading off stream. Like, we finished the canal, and that's it. Oh my god. Beauty of a day? Welcome, Waylon. Yeah, once again, I'd like to call my attention to those of y'all saying this isn't even that big. When you suddenly look at the amount of resources it takes to do anything on this. Somebody did the math, right? This is a 61 across circle. We have any mathematicians in chat? Somebody want to calculate the number of blocks inside a sphere, a circle of this magnitude? I don't think we're in the hundreds of thousands of block range, but we're definitely in the tens. Just do creative? God, I wish. No, I have my pride, chat. We'll just grind. I got my little Jojo. He helps us out with things like this. Isn't the area of a sphere? Well, technically it's two-dimensional because we're not straight sphering it, but yeah. What radius did you say? 61. Wait, no, that's a radius. It's a diameter of 61, not a radius of 61. No, it's not the helmet T in Trollogy. We put down a conduit. So we have full-on water breathing. But the helm was an MVP when we were hunting guardians to get prismarine and stuff. All right, so that was the exterior. Not even the interior, just the exterior, and we're out of quartz. So a circle with a radius of 30.5 has an area of 2,922. That's how many blocks we have? Okay. Well, maybe I wasn't right in the tens of thousands. Look, I'm not a mathematician. I wanted a black concrete floor that was 20 by 35, and I was like, oh, that'll be what? Like 20 ink sacks? Yeah, not quite. How did an Enderman get up there? It's all spawnable. I think we might have to scale up our trading hall. Joe's getting into fights with Podsville now. So we're gonna get the slabs done. Ah! Get out of here. Get out of here. Startling me. Yeah, yes, Enderman? All right, so let's use what few stairs we have currently. Oh, my brain. And it's upside down? Alright. Ow. Excuse me. Excuse me. How do baby drowns swim so well? Have you ever seen a baby swim well? They're naturals. They were born into this environment. Okay, so we're starting to get a rough idea of what the shape is going to look like. Now I want to try introducing the sandstone. And my first thought is, like, A, I could get that ice back. What if I just did sandstone in it so it's flush or down for depth? But if I do that, then I could take this layer back, and then all of a sudden, I don't love it because I placed all that quartz. And I'd feel really silly if I don't even end up using that quartz, because I can't recombine that into blocks, right? But let's give it a try. Let's start playing around with some slabs. Maybe a couple of stairs. Definitely slabs. Hello, Oxalotl. Are you going to protect me? Maybe flush. Maybe flush instead of sticking out. Kind of got like a weird cheese texture underwater here, eh? Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice, though. Sandstone looks less good underwater. I think that's kind of cool. Looks like a very light sausage. Yep, nailed it. Okay. All right, everyone is suddenly back on board. Let's go. Recover the ice? Nah, it's fine. Ice is super fast to get. We're literally right next to a, whatchamadoodle? An iceberg biome. And it's not even like a stack, right? So the other problem is, because we're underwater, I wouldn't even be able to instant mine that. I'd have to place down blocks for me to stand on. So it is not worth it to me right now. Will I add bone block? Probably not. So this again falls into the category of how long do I want to be spending building this, right? Oh heck. This is bad. Realizing that I need to leave room for my stairs to wiggle. I'm probably not going to texture a lot of this because this area is going to be so huge that I want a simple and repeatable pattern rather than one that we, it's going to be so hard to do without actually having the stairs down first. Heck. I think this is fine. Yeah, so rather than a ton of detail, go big or you can go detailed, but I don't recommend you do both. Sliver of ice showing? Yeah, see, I really like that texture there. And I think this will look really cool from underneath. The tricky thing is going to be attaching the glass, because we want glass coming down from here. Maybe, actually, Still trying to figure out where the glass goes. It's a bit scope creepy, but maybe instead of one row of glass, we do a double ring of glass. God, that sounds like a lot of work. Well, we'll see, right? I'm not going anywhere. Excuse me? Free trident. You shouldn't have. Boo. But a double glass would look way better, wouldn't it? Put an aquarium in the middle? I don't think it makes sense to have an aquarium in the middle when literally the ocean is on the other side of it. Why would I put an aquarium between air and the ocean? I don't have an answer for this. I mean, actually, the double layer of glass is kind of weird then, because then what's actually being held inside of that second layer of glass, right? Is it just a safety layer? No, the goal here, chat, the goal here is not to think of something to put inside of it. It's ask yourself, why would we put anything inside of it, period? Right? You know where I'm going here with this now? Would they be panes or blocks? Probably blocks. Because glass panes would look really weird because the air wouldn't be flush with it. And we wouldn't want to flood it, or else that would be bad. You put an aquarium, you could guarantee a certain density of fish nearby. I don't know. It seems like a lot of work for something that doesn't make sense. Oh, we can go super fast in here. Secret tunnel, chat. How did you even light? There's no lights. We're underwater. Where did you get a fuse? What about using coral rather than glass? I don't want to... I want to be able to see the water. I think that's going to be a very important aesthetic, is that while you're down here and looking out, you should be able to look out and see the ocean, right? I think it's suddenly very weird if this is just a solid wall and you're looking up, you lose the sort of the majesty of, like, why are we building in the water at that point, right? So I think that's an important detail to preserve. Coral's not too hard to get. We just haven't found a coral biome yet. But it's just the same as any other task that you go to get. You just show up and you mine it for a while and you have coral. We just haven't happened to find a coral biome yet. Alternate the glass with another look? I think that'd look weird again, too. It's just like, if we're trying to show off the ocean, why would we obstruct the ocean? I have a design in mind, chat. Go with me on this journey. It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be amazing. Okay. Nope. Jeez, this is just one half of this thing. Is amethyst transparent? No, it's a solid block. Very purple. You have faith in my vision? Thank you, Kevin. Kevin gets me. And Kevin's a shark. Checkmate, humans. Am I going to use different colors of glass? I'm thinking no, just to try and keep the scale down, scope down, rather. Anything that we can do to make a little bit less work for this. So yeah, no gradients. Probably all one color. So yeah, that'll look a lot better once the stairs are in, but we ran out of quartz. The masked ferret also expresses their non-human support. Heck yeah. So yeah, it'll look better once it's encased. No human here, just goblin. Perfect. Goblins are on my side as well. Wait, hold on. Stair, stair, stair. Stair, stair, stair. Right. How we doing? Oh, we got a lot. Where on the ring is the glass gonna go? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. So if I put it down the center, I might need to do a stair thing to make it fit. Originally, I had a plan to just put it right down the middle, but we have a lot of 4 here, right? And it's not exactly an odd number, which makes it a hard place to center. The other option is to go with the double layer of glass and just have it like here and here or something like that, or maybe 2 down the middle. I'm not quite sure. Hey, Monoceratosis. Oh my god, Chad! We have a diamond bean! 2 years. Thank you so much, Monoceratosis. If you have some hearts, I'd love to celebrate this milestone. Nope. My chat keeps welcoming me to my own chat room. It's very weird. It's like, what have I been doing this whole time? Have I not been in the chat room? So that's good there so far. No, that doesn't make any sense. There we go. Keeps refreshing due to inactivity, I guess. Yeah, I guess I'm not really typing in chat, am I? This is gonna look so good. So something I found pretty interesting lately on Twitch is the popularity in streaming Terraria recently. I mean, probably the biggest name on it so far is Admiral Baru has been going hard into Terraria for a couple of months now. Dolphin Chemist, newest game he's checking out right now. But like high difficulty permadeath learning Terraria for the first time. So like rip, have fun with that. It's a bold move. So it's interesting when you see like a crafting survival game get up there, especially one that can at time feel very grindy, like the construction of battle arenas and stuff like that, but folks love it. Much like the surge of hot tub streams, we don't need to follow that trend. It's a fun game. It wasn't necessarily a conversation about just like, well, sorry, Minecraft. Gotta chase that hot new content. Just always neat. I love watching trends on Twitch. I think it's important, you know, to have some rough idea as to what's happening on the, you know, the service that pays my bills. All right, we're almost done. Actually, one new feature I thought was kind of cool is their, much like World of Warcraft or other subscription services, they're rolling out a new feature where if you sub for a long time, you get a discount. So for example, it's like $5 for a regular sub, $4.50 Winky Face. You sub for 3 months in a row, and they do up to 6 months as well. And then the added bonus to that one is apparently the streamer still gets paid the same amount, which I think makes sense. They get, no, stop it with the rockets. They get a long-term revenue source. They probably save the money on transaction fees. Yeah, streamer gets paid the same. Trying to appeal to my mom, the appeal of watching people play games on the internet, comparing it to cooking shows or sports. She says, hi. Hello, Electra's mom. You're having a cozy day? Welcome. I mean, I suppose this isn't necessarily the most quality content as I've been placing blocks upside down underwater, but look at the effect. So hopefully this is starting to look less like a random symbol that we put out in the ocean and more like a structure, right? Well, it still just looks like a... Okay, it still just kind of looks like a weird symbol from above. But soon it'll be different. It looked cool from underneath. And this is the view we're going to have when we look up from underneath. That's kind of cool. Soon, TM. That's right. Oh, how do we solve this quartz issue? Think it looks rad? Well, thank you. I don't know if I've heard this song before. It's very pretty. Looks like a Pokemon Stadium? Yeah. How much time left? 30 minutes. I think I have to spend that time just like back in the quartz mines What's up, Lally? How you doing? I wish we could get to a state today where it could be like, look, progress. Proggers, right, chat? But it looks like we're hitting a pretty severe resource wall here, and maybe the fix is to scale up more villagers? I don't even know. The base looks cool, thank you. Need quartz, get that piglin trading hall. But to get a piglin trading hall first, I'd need a gold farm. Mm-hmm. No. Mind you, that gold farm we made was fascinating. I just don't know if I'd want to make another one so soon. Back to the grind. Hey, Mason. You think James has quartz that we can steal? We shouldn't take it from James, because I know that he's talked about wanting to make some structures out of quartz himself. What's up, Firefiend? So it'd be kind of BM to just steal everything from him. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic day. Thank you for joining me. Always appreciate you being around. It's dinner time. Somebody feed me. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me. Alright, Tiberius is a cannibalistic plant. Confirmed. The spacebar trick is a game changer. Thank you so much, chat. God, that's so fast. All that for 48 quartz. Yep. Yup. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Oops, sorry. Each villager... Oh, okay, they all just reset. Each villager will sell me 24 quartz per day. Which means... I'm going to need to scale this up. Spacebar, yeah, so check this out. If you do a trade, and then you hit spacebar, it'll refill it. Which is pretty cool and good. I can't even AFK for this. We don't have the gold. Yeah, piglin trading requires a steady supply of gold. So it's not just making piglin trading, it's also making a gold farm first. Right? So yes, you are correct, but that's a pretty big yak. That's like 20 hours of work yak. 20 hours of yak work, rather. How do you farm gold? You have to make a, typically you make a piglin, pardon me, a zombified piglin farm, which you build on top of the nether. It's really quite something. It's a very cool farm that I've made several times. Actually, have Joe Kim and I alternated? I've definitely done several. How much work is trading all the time? It's very low effort. Right, it's kind of brainless, which is nice. Is that when you get it started with a snowball? Yep. It's not raw quartz that they're selling. One is buying quartz, which is unfortunate. Buying raw quartz. The other thing they're selling is quartz pillars, which don't do anything for me because I can't turn that into the base components I want. Yeah, this one I could sell them quartz to buy back quartz blocks. Seems not worth. But the gentle tinkle of experience is just so peaceful. Suddenly going back to the conversation of trying to convince my mother why watching Twitch is interesting. Try having the conversation with your mother about why working for Twitch is, you know. Just turn that one around ever so slightly. Don't worry, parents, I assure you this is the career path that I was meant for. Now what do I do? How do we extend this? How do we... Do I need to make an entire other villager trading hall that's just them? I should see if Twitch is hiring. Yeah. It's basically like TV but self-employed. Well, the thing with TV is it historically pays well. Well, just stop the sentence there. Like, you get paid more than Access TV? Do you though? How much time will it take to make another trading hall and fill it? More time than we have today, unfortunately. We could spend the days mining quartz too. I like that plan. All right. Into the nether. Yo. That's bad. My quartz. My quartz. Come on, man. I needed that. Where'd my big mining hole go? Did somebody fill it in? I thought we had an area that we were just like... Oh, it's right here. Oh, you know where we could go that'll have a ton of exposed quartz? Our bed blast and beyond chute. Genius. Sorry, I bonked my microphone. Lots of TV historically did not pay talent well. You love Bed Blast and Beyond? Thank you. So if I head down this way, there's just gonna be quartz everywhere, and you're gonna be like, wow, Serge, you're so smart. All right, there might also be fire everywhere. All right, that part's less good. But this part's good. There you go. This is a super chill way. Well, maybe not chill. This is a super handy way for us to finish off the day, right? Just a little bit of mining. A little bit of mining between friends. What? That's it? 2 stacks? Oh god, this is gonna take forever. And it condenses down to 4 to 1. You're here for that campfire ASMR? Look, I know what the people want. Anyone got, yeah. Anyone bring supplies to make s'mores? Love me some s'mores. Just make sure you brought enough to share with all the chat. Does the other pickaxe have mending? It does, but like it's at 99%. We're not going to be using it. Or is it the sort of thing that you're like, it's not perfect, it must be repaired? Oh, Snurge. How can you take my utterly perfect lines and distort them into something so questionable? Oops. Almost walked right into that lava. So, friends, this has been a really fun and cozy day. We're definitely kind of hitting that wall of, like, butting against the limits of our infrastructure over and over. But I'm having fun. We're getting some progress done on the base. Like, enough that it's starting to have shape, and hopefully you can start putting together in your mind's eye what the vision is. And I've realized what kind of work I need to do just for scaling things up. I thought 4 was going to be enough. I feel like we need, 10? I wonder how many villagers we realistically need if we want to scale up our quartz production. Gonna need more taters, yeah. You think 10 is enough? You should therefore do 20? Okay, so what you're saying is literally I need to make another villager trader that runs parallel to the existing one and have nothing but whatchamadoodles in it, eh? There does come a certain point where with that many villagers, we'd also need to scale up emerald production. Because as you could see, we already ran out of melons today, right? And conveniently, we have a bunch of stone. Because we punched that chunk, but that is finite. We're gonna have to make a raid farm just to have enough emeralds. Just to have enough emeralds so that we can, Oh, that's another big yak, isn't it? How does a raid get you emeralds? It's in the drops, yeah. If you want to get, like, mega emerald rich, raid farm. How are we doing here? Another stack, eh? That's it, eh? Is James punching chunks in the server? Yep. This is the same server as that. Oh, right. Oh, that's bad. Ah, it turns out it's actually fine. Don't ask me how I'm not dead right now. Skill! Yes. Very good. You managed to see that that was 100% calculated. Is James on right now? I'm just confused. James may have a surplus of stone. James has cobble, not stone. It's useless to us. Oh, that's a problem. Aha, not a problem. Do you have a super smelter? Nah. Super smelter is not the solution you want to that. Again. Oh, that's bad. Because what happens when we suddenly ratchet up our smelter demand? Then we need a fuel source. And there's solutions to all of it, but right, like... A lot of y'all have never worked as a project manager, have you? It's very easy for all of you to propose solutions without thinking of the amount of work involved. How are you gonna fuel this super smelter of yours, chat? Exactly. Keep passing that buck on. You know who's got to pay the bill at the end? Old Jaeger over here. You're writing checks that you don't have to cash. Wait. That I have to cash? Who cashes the check here in this proverb? Hold on. Twitch does? Okay. First of all, oof. Oof. Second of all, how dare you? What was that, sweetie? Do I need more potatoes? A little bit of extra potat probably wouldn't hurt. Specifically if we needed to breed up some more villagers. Best kind of checks. No, we're talking about the checks with money. You know, the French spelling with the Q-U-E. Not checks as in checks and balances, which clearly this chat does not have. There. Just for the person who asked, I've repaired my pick. I hope you're happy. I hope my check is in the mail. C-H-E-C-K check. In this case. You and Joe share an office. We share an apartment. We share a lot of things as life partners. Donuts, ice cream, coffee, most meals. Ooh, we found the quartz mother lode. Arcadius, thank you very much for gifting a sub to the enormous hobbit, or rather giant hobbit, pardon me. Is a giant hobbit just the same size as a normal person? No! 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 That was so rude. No, because they still have proportionately short legs. Oh. Thank you for that shockingly enlightening answer. Alright. Quartz time. How are we doing now? That's an oof. How do we make a quartz farm? They suggested it already. The problem is the quartz farm requires a gold farm. There's no single step from where we are to quartz. Every large-scale automatable quartz from this requires at least several other steps, as we've been discussing in chat. End of the line. Did you know the most useful quartz recipe is combining it with cobblestone? Does that get you diorite or something? I feel like you're trolling me. You're brainstorming for us? Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. I know that chat must have my best intentions at heart when they brainstorm. Ooh, danger quartz. How did I miss this? Oh no. It's so dangerous. No! I needed that quartz. No! Jeez. Well, I mean, I did acknowledge that it was danger quartz. Like, that shouldn't have come as a surprise. Oh. I'm somewhere else now. Maybe there's also more exposed quartz? Hello? No, I went too far. What do we need quartz for? Yes, Atlantis rings. Turns out we need a shocking amount of quartz. I, for one, am shocked. So let's do some math. And by math, I mean let's just think about things and see if my gut instincts are right. I'm trying to think of like how much off-stream quartz grinding I need to do. And I think it might be like 4 shulkers full, right? That seems about right. But what if... Have we considered bone blocks? Bone blocks cannot be... Bone blocks, concrete, and and snow, which are all white, cannot be slabs or stairs. And all of the blocks that we are using, or the majority of what we're using, are slabs and stairs. So there is no alternative. Alternate? It is what it is. And that's okay. So you did this to yourself. Yes, and that's why it really hurts. Radiohead, great song. I'm also a fan, thank you. Now everyone is singing it. Oh, heck. Alright, we gotta go pretty quick. Wow, I'm level 62 all of a sudden. Turns out this whole villager trading thing can be quite lucrative. I did this to me. Can we dye concrete blonde? What? There's yellow concrete. I don't know if that's what you mean by dyeing things blonde. Why not use diorite? Ah, because we want to use a pretty block, and that's not a pretty block. I have an easy answer for that one. Hey, Electrov, thank you very much. I'm glad this quartz content and discourse has decided to part you with your prime. I appreciate it. You're like, this guy deserves the help. Oh, hello, large pig. Ow. Ow. Quartz? Barbecue. Quartz. Okay, it's 2. So I gotta get this last quartz and I gotta call it a day. So sorry about the shorter stream rather. I have to hop on a call with the government of BC. And that could take, oh no. That could take anywhere from 5 minutes to hours, and they only have so many business hours. Which means this is the sort of thing that I can't really put off. Which is kind of a giant and tremendous pain in the butt. Hopefully it's super fast, and then I get some time off. Alright, let's head on out of here. We'll call it a day. Everybody, thank you very, very much for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the positivity. Thank you, the Masked Ferret, for 6 months. Enjoy your toasty new bean. Hope the time on hold stays short, right? Just walk on over. No, there's a, oh, Johnny H is in town. I'm sure he'll be able to help me with my very specific auto insurance question. Yeah. Yeah, get the old Premier on the phone. And by the way, we got 16 and a half stackerinos. That ain't bad. Pour le service en français. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't need service en français. All right, everybody, you're wonderful. We're back. Oh, I like to do that thing where we do a recap. All right, we'll do a very quick Atlantis flyby. We did like no work today, but we got so many resources. And we have sponges, and it's all going to come together beautifully for our Atlantis build, which I know it looks kind of small from up here, but again, when you go underneath and you see how much work it's taking us to do to even place a single circle around the outside, I think you'd be like, you know what? Actually, turns out this might be just the right size. Next Minecraft stream is going to be Monday at 9 a.m. If you're new to the channel, consider following. I stream 6 days a week, so if you're enjoying yourself, come on back another time. Tomorrow and Sunday, Fuji and I are going to be continuing our Satisfactory playthrough. So again, 9 a.m. back to the Mega Factory, where we are going to be unlocking the next tier and solving our ever-looming power crisis. So that should be a whole bunch of fun. Yeah, you're lovely. Thank you for the subs and the bits and the positivity and the chat and all those lovely things. that y'all do. Monday, you'll be in a new place then? That's fantastic. Whomst are we going to raid? Let's raid Adam. What's that? All right. My buddy Adam is streaming some League of Legends right now. He's an absolute delight. I tend to be very family friendly. Adam is great, but you might encounter a little bit of profanity. But I like him a bunch, so go send some positivity and support that way. I adore you. I couldn't do this without you. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.